CHamoru Land Trust Commission regular board meeting, Thursday, August 15th at 1 o'clock p.m. The address is 590 South Marine Corps Drive, ITC Building, Suite 223 of second floor, Marine One. Public comments may be made at cltc.admin@cltc.guam.gov. To view the meeting virtually, log on to Government Guam by YouTube or CLTC's Facebook page or Google Meet, joining into video call link https meetgoogle.com PGC-XRX. This meeting is now called to order. Certification of quorum present. Public notice requirement. Guam Daily Post. Advertised on August 8, 2024 and August 13, 2024. The Guam Public Notice website, notices.guam.gov, CLPC Facebook page. Roll call. Mr. Herrera, Commissioner. Commissioner Dorito.
Thank you.
Hello.
Ali Berdali. What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody online?
No, it was Pierce.
Oh, Pierce is online.
Approval of the minutes of February 15, 2024. That's a regular meeting. And there was a resumption meeting on February 22nd, 2024. Are there any corrections to be made for these two meetings?
Yes.
Commissioner Garrido, I recognize.
This is in regards to the February 2024. It was our it's a 62-page report. So starting on page 54. The speaker under public comments, we need to correct from Carlos Berdalio to Carlos Camacho.
And there
All
were,
notations showing under Carlos Berdalio should be corrected to Carlos Camacho. And that's from page 52 to 61.
any other correction?
And on the other report, the one I had just spoken about is the resumption meeting.
Hmm.
On the regular meeting, which was February 15, on page 49, under my second to the last comment there, where it says, Bernice, in your last appearance here with the board back in January, you mentioned your family had land in Anderson. If you recall, I asked you if you can produce a deed that validates that the word frame should be claimed.
Page 62.
49. In the regular meeting report.
I need a motion.
Right, I think there's one more.
One more.
That's 4956, no?
On 49, the word frame should be claimed. And on the other one, on the resumption meeting, it should be page 52 to 61. Carlos Badallo should be Carlos Camacho.
Okay.
I guess that's all I have for now, Madam Chair. Oh, wait. Okay, on page 50. On my initial comment there in the middle of the page, it says, Mr. Chair, I feel it would be, it says here in the print, pretty mature. That should be premature.
Page 50,
Yeah.
column. after
Middle
Bernice.
sentence, middle of the page, my comment. Mr. Chair, I feel it would be, it says here, pretty mature, it should be premature. That's all I got for now, Madam Chair. I move that corrections be made.
Second the motion. for
All in
corrections to be
favor
made.
for
Aye.
the correction? Motion passed. So, we're gonna go right into, on the agenda, because our legal counsel is not present right now. On section 6 of F, this has to do with Manuel Ogden.
Madam Chair, if I may, maybe can you consider tabling this item? The daughter of Mr. Uggan was not able to provide a power of attorney. Given that, she will not be able to speak on Mr. Uggan's behalf. Mr. Uggan is currently off item.
Okay, so we'll go back then to, since,
Administrative report
since the presence of our lawyers came on together, we'll continue with our regular agenda. Administrative Director's Report, Mr. Cruz.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Badallo, Commissioner Herrera, and Commissioner Garrido. The first item on our report is pending applications, also known as moving the line. On January 18, 2024, the board had decided to remove 4 out of the 5 applicants that we had initially informed to commence the lease award process. And the removal was due to non-compliance of the 90 days given to provide the information needed to facilitate the lease award. What we'll be doing with them is we'll be sending them another letter providing them the opportunity to appeal the board's decision as authorized in the act. The one applicant that was not terminated, we will be sending him another letter to provide provide information, because he's claiming that he has leased property already. Based on our records, he doesn't have any leased property. We're going to be requesting for information that will substantiate his claim that he is utilizing CLTC property. From there, we'll determine what we're going to do. If in the event that he's unable to provide information to substantiate his claim, we'll be sending him a letter to provide the information needed to facilitate the lease award. The next item, still within the pending applications, is the number 6 applicant, which a grandchild was named as the successor for the original applicant. Because of the enactment of Public Law 37-74, we'll be bringing that to the board next month for specific actions to take place. In addition to that, the staff already had been doing like a precursory review of the next 48 applicants. So they've been, with the assistance of our summer interns that we recently just had, they were able to contact the next 48 applicants, and did inform them to ensure that their information, their contact information, telephone numbers, mailing address are up to date, and the importance of that information to facilitate the lease award. We anticipate to send them the letters to initiate the lease award sometime within the next couple of weeks. So that would be the next 48. So the 5 and 48 is 53. The next item on my report is the land inventory. The staff responsible for this project has completed their task for track 9210. In addition to that, in preparation for us to commence our lease award, the staff had also identified 6 tracts of property in the north, central, and south for residential and agriculture. I'm not too sure if you were provided a copy of the maps.
Was that the electronic?
I think they just printed it.
Yes.
So for residential, they've identified tract 113 Dedido, lot 190-1 Dedido, and tract 101-23 Gigo. Please keep in mind that tract 101-23 Gigo from the previous one was identified for the use of affordable housing.
For what?
Affordable housing.
Oh.
For agriculture, the lots and tracts that were identified is lot 101-22, now known as tract 103-16 Dedido, lot 8 Inarahan, and tract 15344, lot 1 and 2 Manila. So as we go through the process of commencing the lease award, we would present the lessee or the applicants who are next in line to be awarded a lease, and the specific areas that will be awarded to them will be presented to the board for their approval. Also, during the review and determining what tracts of land and lots of land that were decided internally to be presented to the board, we considered the distance and availability of power and water. So for example, like tract 101-23, that lot is located in front of Paradise Meadows. Tract 190-1 is the lot located right across Ironwood Estates in Dedido. So those are the things we considered in determining or choosing the lots to present to the board.
What was the lot number again?
Lot 10090-1.
10091-1. That's next to Ironwood.
90-1, yes, correct.
Not dash one?
Yeah,
And
correct. Dash one, sorry. It's -1.
Like size, we have the size,
Um,
roughly.
It's in the packet, in
Okay.
what was just given to you. I believe it's like 30-some acres. 30 plus acres.
And the 10123 size, roughly.
I don't know, but I believe it could consist of 166 lots.
Okay.
Okay, these are all residential lots, right?
Residential and agriculture.
No, but this set.
Yeah. It's labeled in the front for residential leasing and
So just to add on that 10123, the 166. I remember that this one started back in 2013, right?
Right.
And then from 2013 up to 2018.
correct.
In 2018 to now, we had a request for proposal,
An R5.
RFP, I know, request for,
Interest.
interest, so, and I know the status of that one basically kind of withered down.
Correct.
So, any plan for us to start the RFP?
We could bring that back to the table,
No?
correct?
Good, okay.
Yes. And also
So we have
the
a
track
question on these
10123
residential lots.
has been rezoned.
Does this have access to sewer?
Not specifically within the track or lot itself, but it's within a reasonable distance. So like for instance, 10123, I just found the document I was looking for. So TRI, which is the developers of Paradise Meadows, had made an agreement with the government to provide some services, but in exchange, the government will provide an easement. So the sewer line and the power and the water runs right through that easement. So track 10123 is to the right of that easement and to the left. So it's within distance, a reasonable distance.
So these subdivisions are broken down into 1,000 square meters or 2,000 square meters?
When track 10123 was rezoned, they had measured the lots, I believe, at 500 square meters, which meets the minimum density requirement if there's sewer.
Yes.
So that's where we're at with that. The others only have schemes. Only 10123 went through the rezoning process.
Okay, can we add, in addition to 10123, the tri-party MOU? that
Yes.
We had?
Yes, we'll get further
Yeah.
into that. I have that
Okay.
in my report. Because I recently had discussions with GWA, so
Okay.
I'll touch on that too.
And the property has not been surveyed or subdivided down to 500 square yet?
Correct,
No survey yet?
correct.
Are we planning to survey that under our expense?
No, we're gonna discuss with Attorney Miller the agreement that has been made with TRI, the developers of Paradise Meadows, because that's one of the conditions in the agreement,
Is
to survey and also to maintain the park that would be shared with our constituents at Paradise Meadows. But we'll discuss that with Attorney Miller and how we approach that.
today?
When you say maintain the parks, you mean the easement?
The park, no, there's an area that has been identified for a park.
Oh, park?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said parts.
No, the park.
And we're going to discuss that today with Attorney Miller.
I'll discuss it with him, and then we can bring it back to you so we have a plan of attack of how we're gonna approach this.
Okay. For 10123.
Yes.
Okay.
And for the agreement that was made between CLTC and TRI.
And can we have that copy?
Yes.
Also in the future?
Yes,
So, just so that we understand.
correct.
The first 58 would be lumped into this 166?
No, it would be, so what we're gonna do, for the initial
When you
phase of the
qualify.
lease issuance is, we're putting together a checklist, with the recent, passage of, I don't remember the public law, but if an
37.
applicant is not able to provide or to provide information to CLTC to determine whether they'll, comply with their lease terms, we're able now to move to the next applicant. That's one. We're also reviving the NOIA document, which is the Notice of Intent to Award document. What we've been encountering is people who were awarded leases from 10, 20 years ago are coming in today to decline their lease and want to relocate. So to prevent all of that, the reason why we chose different municipalities and different areas is because an applicant is able to decline the first two but must choose the third. So on that NOIA, we're gonna list 3 and they'll decline 2 and choose 1, and that would resolve that wanting to relocate later, and we just put it to rest. So yeah, we've been having a lot of people coming in who were awarded leases 10, 20 years ago who want to relocate somewhere else. And you know, they haven't used their, 3 choices, so.
And the property's been developed by them or just left open?
It varies. They may have put some improvement into it. Some of them didn't do anything. Some of them may have surveyed, although even though they surveyed, they want to move.
Okay. So we can have a listing of those also?
Yes, yes.
So we need to relate it to
Yes.
the first
correct.
58.
Yes.
Is that in our mandates that we allow them 3 choices? And
They're
we don't have
they're allowed to deny the first 2, and then if they deny the third one, then they get removed from the waiting list.
No, but there's no timeline for them to make that decision?
It wasn't specific, so.
I mean, you know, like, you're saying that 20 years later, they're saying they're not satisfied with that property and they want to relocate.
Correct. So, you know, to address that loophole, I guess, we're putting it on, within our NOIA and resolving that issue.
Okay.
So the next item on my report is compliance. The compliance team has finished their inspections of track 9210. I know, I think at the most recent public hearing I mentioned in the legislature, we're issuing 20 to 25 notice of lease term violations. The exact number is 42, which would also be going out next week. So there's 42 lessees within track 9210 that have a lease violation. Could be multiple structures, the storage of junk cars, white goods, things of that nature, but we're hoping to get it out by next week. Those lessees in violation will be given, just like every other lessee, 60 days to resolve or address their violations. If in the event that they should not be able to fully resolve the issue, but there is progress, we normally give them an additional 30, 60 days. But
On the violation.
yes, correct.
In addition to the violation, the GRF track lot 7161-R1, the violations that accumulated that ended up in the eviction. Some of the violations was the shortcut between 7164, right? -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. So that violation, and that violation is the rights of way that went from the neighboring company to 7161-R1. So that violation is that part of our, because we were victimized by that action, that the GRF, authorized the, the access from those 2 properties. That's number 1. Number 2, the clearing and grading authorization, again, that's another violation that they have not gone through the Guam Land Use Commission, the Department of Parks and Recs, the Department of Guam Environmental Protection Agency.
They didn't get the proper permits, is what you're saying.
Go ahead.
I guess this would be more directed to Attorney Miller. What can we do to put that company on notice that cleared that access without authorization from CHamoru Land Trust? They built an illegal road.
Commissioners, I guess the best answer I have for you at the moment is I don't know enough, I don't know your properties by lot number.
No,
So-
this is a raceway.
The,
To the private company in the back there.
that's, I assume that's what we were talking about.
Okay. That's the one that we visited last. when we
The,
did the field.
without having all of the historical documents in front of me, I assume, but don't know, that your tenant had no legal authority to consent to anybody else using your property. Having said that, you've taken the property back. And so it would be entirely within your rights to simply put up a fence and close that access off, and that should be the end of that discussion. I mean, we don't have to, there's nobody to send a notice of violation to. We don't have to wait for anybody to tell us how they plan on fixing the problem. At this point, it's our problem, because it's our land. We control it now. So if a new fence needs to go up, then you can simply direct staff to secure the property and do what needs to be done to accomplish that.
And how about the violation that when it was expanded, it was like almost over 50 feet, and the vegetation there were basically, if it trees, then there was no clearance from the regulatory agencies. Again, same property that we're talking about, the neighboring property. So that's a violation to the land trust property, and because we're trustees, it's a damage to the property. So although there was no lease between Guam Racing Federation and CHamoru Land Trust on that neighboring lot, the neighboring lot is under the jurisdiction of the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. So again, it's a damage to the CHamoru Land Trust inventory.
The problem that CHamoru Land Trust faces, I would anticipate in this circumstance, is that our remedy would be to sue the tenant, sue the former tenant in this case, for damages. My understanding is, while the former tenant, may have been a corporate entity of one kind or another, if it had any money, it probably doesn't have any money today. And so, sure, I mean, we could go file a lawsuit, go win a lawsuit, but it's not going to accomplish much, because there's, the purpose of a lawsuit is to get the resources necessary to fix the problem the other party created. And if the other party simply doesn't have any resources, kind of what's the point of the lawsuit?
Yeah, I have a point. So the same party is the same one that was coming in to continue the operation under the same nonprofit organization. That's just one part. The second part is that there's a lot of illegal backfilling that we witness in that area. And they may claim that the material that they imported to backfill the area that they have over, they say that it's overgraded, we're calling it. We're saying technically it's over-extracted based on the contract that we have. That's just one, the backfilling. And also the other issue that ever since I got on board in 22 is the non-payment of entrance fee and all those other components. So the same organization that's reapplying. They're saying that they have removed or replaced the officers, but it's still under that, federation. So of course, our question is that when can we apply for the lawsuit for those violations that we were victimized on? Because the statute of limitation is going to run out if we don't make an application and start putting it in front of the courts. So.
Well, again, it sounds like the first thing that needs to be accomplished and can be accomplished without any lawyers or any legislation or anything like that is to simply to secure the property. It is wherever people are illegally accessing the property is to fix the fence or build the fence.
Okay.
Separate from that is the, by all means, we can evaluate the, let's call them opportunities,
Okay.
a lawsuit might create. Again, as a lawyer, the best client you can ever have is the client who says, I don't care what it costs, I don't care if I ever make $1. Darn it, we're just gonna sue for the sake of suing, to make a point. Though you will have those clients. But generally speaking, before we sue anybody, we want to make a thorough evaluation of, if we sue, are we gonna get anything at the end of the day? Because if we're not, then again, what was the point? But that's not for me, that's not a decision for me to make, that is a decision for you all to make. And so if you would like the Attorney General's office to evaluate the costs and benefits of a civil lawsuit on the Commission's behalf, if you'll send the Attorney General a letter to that point, we will begin the process of, as I said, of examining the costs and the benefits.
Yes, and we do have about 600 pages of a report from the beginning.
Yes.
From the cradle to grave window, from the beginning of the process when they activated the contract, all the way to 2018. And was it about 600 pages? So, I mean, really, it's
more than
about
a ream of paper.
a stack of this high. And that includes the regulatory requirement that was supposed to be monitored by the GIDA, the Guam Environmental Protection Agency, to monitor the tax rebate of about 6 million rebate that was injected into that project. So was the CHamoru Land Trust victimized by that? No, in what we see is what we were experiencing. We've been on that track last month with one of our, and you've noticed the amount of work spent.
Oh, yes, I'm aware of the reports and the evidence you have in the file. That's very useful in terms of evaluating, if we were to sue, would we be successful? What I'm suggesting is that a second question we also need to address is, what is success? And if success means somebody's going to send you a check to fix the problems that the lawsuit identifies, is there anybody out there who can write that check?
Now, in addition to that question, was CHamoru Land Trust a victim from this federation? And the question here is that the same federation is coming before the victim again to continue operation on the same property that we're describing?
Well, you know, that raises a, you know, sort of a completely different path we can pursue. It is whether should we enter into a license or a lease or whatever, a new contract with a new operator of the raceway. You know, we have the opportunity to write into that lease or license sort of whatever terms you all think are necessary and appropriate. And so even if, you know, the new tenant's perspective is I'm not responsible for what happened in the past, we could certainly say, as a condition of granting the new lease, well, we won't, no judgment on who is responsible, but as part of the new lease, you have a new responsibility to fix some of these problems.
So how does that resolve the victims when they were perpetrated? When the victim, which is the Land Trust Commission, I'm saying?
Well, I guess, you know, the
Because it has not been resolved. And
what we would need to do is, as part of that evaluation, is really, you know, identify for you all exactly what claims, exactly what bad acts we think we can go to court and prove and get recovery for. And your input is essential in us putting down on paper all the bad acts the government thinks has occurred.
Norman,
Yes.
before we go start talking about civil suits, is the Attorney General currently looking into that raceway debacle of the coral?
What I know today is that,
And if you did, are you allowed to disclose it?
well, what I can disclose is the Office of Public Accountability has provided a report on what they believe occurred at the raceway property. Every single report that OPA puts out is copied to the Attorney General's office. And there are other people in the Attorney General's office, not me, who look at every single one of those reports and evaluate whether there's something there that the Attorney General should pursue.
Has that analysis been done, or is it ongoing?
That's not my, I don't work with those people.
Is there a possibility for you to like get some insight without violating your lines of ethics?
Well, as we're all aware, you know, there's, over the past several months, there's been a robust discussion over what various attorneys at the Attorney General's office should know and who they should talk to and what they should know and what they shouldn't talk about. I think, and the folks who get those OPA reports and evaluate those OPA reports, I don't have anything to do with what those people do. If you would like to get the office to provide you with as much insight as possible, again, simply make that request to the Attorney General, and you know, he can put together the right people who can share with you as much information as is possible. But that's a different group of people, and I'm supposed to not interact with those people.
If I'm not mistaken, the previous attorney that was assigned to us was instructed to try and find out if there is a pending investigation on that matter. And maybe you can check if that was ever filed or requested with the AG. And another thing that I want to get some insight from you is the private company that was involved there, what is their liability? Since you're talking about, since we're having this discussion of
So is that the federation that was there?
No, the private company.
Well, there's, from, again, I think the most productive way for you all to get the information you'd like to know about what the other folks in the office may or may not be doing is to ask, just send an email, send a letter up to the office, to the Attorney General. Tell him you'd like a briefing on, as much information as the office is prepared to provide, and he can get the right investigators, the right attorneys in the room with you all. You can ask whatever questions you have, they'll answer to the best of their ability. But you know everything I know, and that's on purpose for me not to know hardly anything about what may be going on there. But to move on to your second question, generally speaking, and this is true not just in this particular situation, but in we've been talking about all these other notice of violations that are going out. CHamoru Land Trust is not a regulator. It's a landlord. And the trust's ability to right wrongs that have occurred on its property is largely limited to enforcing the terms of its lease, or telling people who don't have a lease to get off your property and clean it up on their way out. Just to use the example y'all were talking about earlier, there are other agencies within the government of Guam that issue permits for various kinds of activity. Guam EPA, DPW, Department of Land Management. The people the agencies that issue permits are also the agencies that have the authority to enforce their rules against people who are doing things that require a permit but who didn't get a permit. So I guess just to use the most obvious example, if there were mining occurring without the appropriate mining permits, then the agency that issues mining permits is the agency that would have the legal authority
To go
to go after them.
So to add to that, on the extraction and mining and clearing and grading, that was the loophole that was being used. It was a clearing and grading. But in addition to what I wanted to point out is that still the landlord was victimized
Sure.
from that loophole. The clearing and grading versus cutting a 50, 60 foot. We stood on Route 15 and we looked in.
Oh, and there,
And when we saw, and you're saying, that's a cliff.
there is a legal definition of cut and grade, and there is a different legal definition of mining. And it is, there is a, you know, it's not a complicated issue to make, to say, well, you can call it anything you want to, but the law says cut and grade means you're only moving this much of the earth, and as soon as you move more than this much, now that's mining, and you have to have the appropriate mining permit.
So who's the regulatory body that monitors that? If that occurred in the last 5 to 10 years, and Land Trust was somehow blinded by that loophole?
I don't know for sure.
I mean,
I'm gonna, and it would be, I wouldn't wanna guess.
okay, so I want to parallel that to the findings that we had found last month with the encroachment from the farm med. So we found out that farm med encroached on
Met Farm.
right, med farm. So that violation, because we're landlords, we have no authority to provide the Attorney General for compensation or resolution as being victim.
No, I'm not,
Well, you know,
so.
we're separating landlord and the regulatory requirement, and we're not a regulatory body, right? That's what we were saying, so.
But I think, you know, Met Farm is an interesting, you know, sort of example of, you know, a much better case scenario for the commission. First of all, you have the legal authority today, without any, you don't need a lawyer, you don't need a judge, to secure your property. Put up a fence around the four corners of your property and say, with a big no trespassing sign, and you can get that, you can take control of the property by the time the sun goes down.
That's controlling it.
Now, separate from that is where you have a party who has obviously trespassed on your land, who has obviously misused your land, and has the resources to do something about it, that's a party where there's a fairly straightforward lawsuit
Okay.
that says not only, you know, not only were you trespassing, and, you know, you owe us something for trespassing, but you were also polluting our property. And this is what you owe us to fix the environmental issues you created on our property. There are probably several potential lawsuits out of the raceway. The issue though is always, if I sue somebody, does somebody have $1 to try and fix the problem?
Is the private individual in that federation sheltered from personal liability?
Perhaps.
Because when we visited the raceway last month, we have placed a large chain and a large heavy-duty padlock. And what did you see when we came there on the front gate?
No chain, no padlock.
There. So does that warrant a trespassing violation? I mean, it's just an analogy but I'll just end my comment on that 7161, and we can entertain it more. But there was no chain, no padlock. So, thank you, Attorney Miller.
Yeah, I just have one question. The bill that 325-37, authorizing us to lease the property of lot 7161
That's
dash
right.
R1 in Chico.
Oh,
Got it. Oh, you're asking me? Asking
Yeah.
the attorney? 7161 is up for subdivision or lease or permit, lease or,
No, it's particularly for
or specifically for,
the drag race. And we have this thing on, that's not yet settled.
correct, yeah.
It can pass by legislative law.
What I understand about that particular piece of legislation is that it authorizes and directs the trust to enter into a 5-year lease with this particular tenant, Guam Motorsports Association. There are, and that's about all it does. There are,
Authorize the commission.
yes, but there are, if that bill were to pass and be signed in the form in which I last looked at it, which admittedly was a couple of weeks ago, there are still many open questions about exactly what the terms of the lease would look like. And we would have to sit down with Guam Motorsports Association and try and work through as many of those excuse me, issues as we could. But you know, before we did that, we would visit with you all and get your direction as to what were the issues you wanted to see covered in that lease. The legislature has the authority to specify a few things, but there are lots of pieces and parts to any commercial lease that we would have to work through.
Since we're on that subject matter, right, excuse me.
Go ahead.
Since we're on that subject matter, I was not very comfortable with the part of that bill that says we will be given $300,000 to get that property into shape for operation. As a taxpayer, I'm totally against that. I would, and as a board member, if I was given that $300,000, I would prefer to use that for infrastructures on our residential lease tenants. What can we do to try and have that amended before this bill goes any further?
Well, frankly, that's a job for you all as the commissioners the political managers of the trust is to communicate that perspective to the Guam legislature, and frankly on any of the terms of that bill. What do you like? What do you dislike? What would you rather see that bill look like? And but whatever 8 senators want to, at the end of the day, whatever 8 senators want to write into that bill and the governor's okay with, that's what we're going to do. But again, one of the many open questions in that particular draft of the legislation is, well, what do you do with the $300,000?
Well, the way it's written into the bill is to restore the property,
What does that mean?
make it functional.
For who?
People they're referring to that will be the party to lease.
Well, what it does is that's for you all to resolve.
Does it give us the leverage to take all the good parts of that bill and open up an RFP for the lease of that property for those specific purposes of drag racing, drift racing, motocross?
Attorney, I'd like to add into what Earl was saying is that your question was to who, right? And to who here is Company A or Group A. So if we approve this, then what the 8 senators are doing technically is that they're bypassing the sole source requirement. When I'm saying sole source requirement, any
No, they're making it a sole source, the way it's being presented.
that's what I'm saying, right?
And
So,
it's not competitive.
so there's a sole source requirement, right, based on the procurement rules and regulations for the procurement law. And what this thing is doing, like you're saying, is that it circumvents the sole source requirement. And then it circumvents the RFP.
No, they're circumventing the
RFP. Right.
Okay, but anyway.
I mean, it's
but you can
it's
see the
not,
language.
it's probably not very productive for me to speculate.
Yeah.
But
Because
the bill says, you know, give the CHamoru Land Trust $300,000 for the purpose of cleaning and preparing the lot, and this is the important phrase, for public use. That phrase can mean,
sports, for these sports,
no, it says for public use.
for motorsports, public use.
No, it says for public use.
So I can put a firing range in there, then we can, if we wanted to,
It's,
for the public firing range. Or, I mean, you know, this is a big specific, right, because now it's open for anybody and anybody.
again, I mean,
For
we're speculating here,
Okay.
we're guessing. But in large measure, it would be up to you all what public use means. And whatever you all think it means is what you're entitled to spend your $300,000 on.
Okay,
So we have that leverage.
The way the bill is currently drafted,
And-
you decide how the public will best benefit from the spending of that
So
$300,000.
there's nothing specific in the wording on that bill that says the public use is equated to the raceway.
Well, I would tell you, the way the bill is drafted, you have to spend $300,000 on the raceway, on the land that is the raceway. But that's a big piece of land, and there is a lot of issues there. And it's up to you all to determine, among the many priorities on that piece of property, what will benefit the public the most.
and to add to that, Commissioner Garrido had a suggestion that we subdivide the property to make it usable for the drag strip and motocross group. That was the initial intent for one public law, because technically the lot 7161-R1 is identified as a 1 million square meter, 1 million plus.
Square meter.
Yeah, right, 252 acres. So the recommendation from Commissioner Garrido at the time was to make it affordable for those, and then we'll do an RFP or a concept of sponsorship concept where it's a win for the users, win for the land trust, and win for the general public. But apparently, as the weeks, the days, the weeks, the months went by now, the group doesn't want a subdivision. The group that's involved now wants the whole 1 million square meter. Now, where does that put us? And they want to occupy the property at zero rent or zero tax, or so where does that put the a prior victim of CHamoru Land Trust Commission? That position is now we're in that, and if 8 senators are to implement this public law or bill 32537, But again, like you said, it authorizes us, right?
Well, we all are here to implement the laws that 8 senators and the governor ultimately agreed to. And
To change the law.
And this bill, you know,
It's still a bill, though.
this bill is still a bill, represents a set of ideas that the legislature thought worthy of discussion. There will be, debate and hearings and anybody and everybody, including you all, have the opportunity to comment and provide input. I have no doubt that, the folks who are today advocating their plan, their vision for that property, are talking to the senators, talking to the governor, and saying, here, we want to do this, and here's why this is an excellent idea.
Can you put on the screen the 7161? It's okay. I don't want to belabor it, right? We've already put 1 hour in this subject.
But
But you're right. Yeah.
At the same time, the legislature should be hearing from as many voices as possible on what is the most appropriate use for that land and what the future should hold for it.
Okay.
Good, we're talking about it.
Yeah, yes, yeah. The chairwoman is saying that we're discussing it, and we did a preliminary, what's that map?
We have concerns.
Yeah. Here's the map of the 1 million square meter, 250 acre, and we had a preliminary projection that we could put about 400, half an acre lot here, 400. And we discussed that when we were there last month. That's half an acre. With the sewer in it, we can do 800 lots. Now we go down to density at 500 square, from 4 to 8, maybe 1,200 lots. So the mission for the CHamoru Land Trust is to provide residential leases. And this beautiful size of property, we wanted to accommodate the drift track and motocross, but apparently now they want to control the whole thing. So
I have no doubt that the legislature would like to hear from anybody and everybody as to what the most appropriate future is for that particular piece of property.
okay.
But for the folks who sit over here, our job is just to do whatever the legislature and the governor tells us to do.
Not the commission.
We all have to do whatever the governor and the
We're trying to
legislature tell us to do.
separate,
We don't, over here, we don't get to have opinions. You get to have opinions, and the legislature gets to have opinions.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Go ahead, madam.
I think when we get to that section or that item on the agenda, I'll take note of everybody's recommendations and whether the board supports it or not, or whether they would want amendments. I'll compile all of that, prepare a response, and send it to the legislature.
Okay,
Because this particular bill, we had no input
That's right.
in the construction of this bill. This was all special interest inputs.
I guess the benefit is, at least they didn't hear it yet, there's no public hearing, so we
Oh.
still have time to,
discuss.
for me to gather you guys' comments or recommendations or amendments to the bill, and we can prepare the board's testimony and provide it.
Okay,
okay, Director, thank you. Next, go ahead. You're closing your remarks.
So, still in the compliance section, the compliance team now is conducting compliance inspections in PD. This task should be completed in the next 2 weeks. The next item on the report is CLTC's enhancement of its IT infrastructure. So, the funding for this project came from the Office of Insular Affairs Technical Assistance Program, also known as TAP. CLTC received $239,693 for this project. Currently, we're waiting on the purchase order for the website development, and the PO for the RFP publications. The publications is for CLTC's RFP that will go out for the scanning and digitizing of all of our documents and the creation and development of our web-based data system software. So, the software will be not as sophisticated as DLM's land web system, although when a person applies, they'll be given a numeric number or identifier from anywhere. For as long as they have internet access, they're able to log on to our website, able to punch in their username, password, and then they'll be able to see all the documents relevant to their lease or file in that sense. That's what the web-based data system software is for. So everything that, after that project is complete, everything that starts coming in, we'll be able to start scanning it and digitizing it and all that other great stuff. So less time pulling out files and going through it. We'll all be able to see it online.
Who would be the support for that?
Currently, the project manager is OTEC, and anything related to computers, softwares, hardwares would be OTEC. We are requesting for the maintenance costs for the next 5 years, so we can budget for that.
I know our data is very sensitive, and it's something that has to be continually archived. That's the part that I'm trying to inquire about right now is to be secure, we need a data bank that will accommodate and have a backup maintenance plan in play for it, and it should be redundant. That way, if something happens to one of the servers, the other one can just pick up.
All our specs for this project is routed through OTEC and is approved by OTEC.
But what was the scope that OPEC is approving? I mean,
We can provide.
Is it for mini, main, or PCs, or what?
We can provide a copy of the specs for your review. But what I do know is that they'll be stored in a cloud server. That's as much as I know as to where it's going to be stored, but we'll be more than happy to provide a copy
No,
of the
the
specs.
cloud's okay, but I think we need an alternate. Other than the cloud, we need something so that if the cloud gets hacked, we have a secondary.
I believe it's within the specs. But we'll provide a copy. Like I was mentioning, for the RFP, we anticipate to publish the RFP availability in September and award the contract by October. And the project should be completed within 6 to 8 months after the contract award. So before the end of next fiscal year, we should be up and running.
So this will be expended under the fiscal year 25, or be paid, or prepaid?
Portion.
Okay.
It's through the funding from the Office of Insular Affairs. It's a grant money. So the next item is, I recently received a copy of the budget bill, the draft budget bill that's being discussed. We compared it to our initial submission. It's about $70,000 less, so I'm going to respond accordingly and try to argue to add the additional 70,000, but we'll go from there.
Was there a reason why they got 70?
Well, usually,
They never pass a budget that's presented.
yeah,
They
and,
always go to snip and
and
snip.
normally, like for the case of CLTC, many years ago, we were financially independent. We relied on just our special fund. But as the leases mature and expire, our fixed revenue stream decreases. So currently, I believe we're only projecting at collecting between $650,000 to $700,000 annually. Because our expenditures are far greater than that, we need a supplemental from the general fund. The only fund that CLTC has that allows for operational costs is the CLTC Operations Fund. Every other fund is restricted to certain types of expenditures.
Operation fund is about 300K or?
For the draft bill,
Yeah,
it's about 666,000,
okay.
and then we have a small portion from the infrastructure fund, but the infrastructure fund expenditures are restricted to certain, I think it's land registration, surveying, infrastructure, telecommunications. Although that appropriation amount is only $21,000.
21 for survey or?
Just for that fund itself. And then the difference is the general fund, which is about $800-some thousand. So now, we're heavily reliant on the general fund for our operations,
And the 800K is coming from
the general fund.
To
Do we
cover
have-
up.
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
Go ahead, I forgot.
Do we have a working relationship with Department of Land Management survey team?
From what has happened in the past is we can send up requests, but I believe even land management itself has just so much employees themselves too with a lot of projects. But nonetheless, we can request for some assistance in surveying.
So I think if we could have some sort of memorandum of understanding with them, it would be a lot cheaper than outsourcing to private surveyors. Now, how fast they can do it, that's a different story.
Correct.
We're still open that we can come in and request. These funds are tentative, right? On that bill that was passed.
For next fiscal year, correct.
So we can still come in and request
Yes.
for additional 70?
Yes,
Or,
and I'll be sending a response to Speaker Termahi. Her office is who sent the draft budget bill.
so for the appropriation, we have to go through that channel? Or
She's our oversight chair, so
because of land?
yeah,
Okay,
she'll be the one there batting for us.
I see, okay.
No,
Can we
excuse me. Senator Duenas was batting for us. Just a few days ago, he commented that he was willing to financially help CLTC in order to improve his staffing and his financing. So maybe we should include him in that bid.
Okay, will do.
So to add in on that survey funds that we were mentioning, that it was only appropriated at 21,000?
Correct.
So remember, we had 223 lots that were on unsurveyed properties? Or
Registered.
unregistered?
Correct.
So, what is our status of that? What's our process to register the 223 lots and all the other lots? Because remember, we were discussing lot 7161-R1 that it was unregistered based on the map, but then we found the
CT and stuff.
certificate or title. So that lot is registered.
Correct.
So how, so what's our status with the other 223? We can request for the attorney.
So what, I believe lot 286 in PD is still pending. I know that had started several years ago. We'll be sending Attorney Miller an email with the listing of all the unregistered lots in the order of importance. The order is based on, or the importance is determined on how many leases were awarded within that tract.
Okay.
There's, if I'm not mistaken, there's, I believe, one tract has about 50-some leases awarded, others have 10, 20, and so forth, but you're correct, there's, CLTC has issued 223 leases to applicants on unregistered property.
Okay, so the process in that, attorneys, generally we take the 223 lots, subcategorize it on Cat 1, 2, and 3, whatever lot, and then next process is to file it in court? Or file?
This is where we pick up the topic of our relationship with DLM. The biggest challenge in getting any land registered is getting a correct survey. We need an accurate survey before we can really initiate any of the subsequent processes. I have had a couple of quick conversations with the DLM director, who indicated that whenever we had a list of the tracts we wanted to focus on, we should get together and visit, because he indicated they may have done internally, that they may have done some or all of the survey work already. They just haven't finalized it to the point where it's stamped and signed and publicly filed, but so we need to get the list of the unregistered lots together, and then the first thing to do will be go talk to DLM, see what paperwork they have in the file about those lots, and then see what we need to do to add on to that paper so that we are in a position to be able to make those filings in court and get those registrations complete.
Okay, so in addition to that 223, when we were processing the 30 plus or so Small Business Administration victims from Mawar, we found several that were on unregistered land. So I guess that's another status where those victims are a high priority, the ones from Mawar that we were providing the loan guarantee. You may recall that we kind of had to hustle or fast track to get the collateral for the escrow to support the new SBA mortgages. So I don't see any of the status here for the SBA mortgage constituents, right? So do we still have them? Do we still have?
There's, I believe 10,
10 more?
I believe so.
Because I met one constituent out here that was waiting also, so I'm not sure if they're on unregistered property or if it was just a loan guarantee. And considering that they're victims of the typhoon, I guess we can say that they're a high priority also, because they're living in substandard condition and the typhoon season is in again.
Sure. I mean, again, I assume but don't know that, and this is what the registration process is all about. When we have the surveys, when we make the filings in court and say that CHamoru Land Trust claims ownership of these lands, that nobody else is going to show up and say, I claim it too.
Yeah.
That's right.
If nobody else makes a claim, then the registration process moves along pretty efficiently once we have the surveys in place.
Okay, in addition to that, right, I understand we have to go through the Attorney General to have it processed. Can we add, in addition to the budget, right, to augment the budget to hire private attorneys to specifically focus on the unsurveyed properties, the 223, plus the 11,000 acres that we have? I know we have 11,000 acres, and as you mentioned, that to do a proper registration, we need a proper mapping. And we need to have a proper mapping, we're gonna have a proper survey. Now, if you guys recall the issue with the Rebond case, simple. I think that's at account. And The property was subdivided in a quarter acre, and it was supposed to be a half an acre because it was on top of the waterlands zone. But the person was given a property that was surveyed. But it was surveyed on a quarter acre, which violated the safe water or the the aquifer requirement of having a half an acre. So the point I'm trying to get is that the subdivision property that particular group, there was 23 lots, and I did the research on that one. There's 23 lots in Adacao. All the 23 were issued a lease. All the 23 were not in compliance with the half an acre requirement. All the 23 most likely more or less occupied the property and have built. Now, considering that we cannot build on a quarter acre with a septic and leaching field without the sewer, the families there now have this dilemma where the properties cannot be surveyed by a surveyor. Now, surveyor B, we can say, because surveyor A surveyed the property and surveyed it at a quarter acre, which the requirement is, what's the size?
Half acre.
Half acre. So surveyor A cut it in quarter acre. Surveyor B came in, was hired by the constituent, and we instructed the constituent, there's a list of surveyors here. If you like to go to your property, you can choose from any of the surveyor B. Surveyor B came in, used surveyors A subdivision that was not, did not go through the Guam Land Use Commission to determine the size of property, number one, and if there was any water, power, sewer in that property. So surveyor B retraced the surveyor A's property. Constituent came in, applied for the Guam housing of VA veterans. Bill was approved from the VA, built the home in 2002, paid the loan off in 2022. The constituent came in because the husband died to succeed. She was denied because of the mis-surveyed property back in '98 of a subdivision that didn't go through the Guam Land Use Commission requirement for all the 7 agencies to determine if you're on top of a waterlands or do you have a buffer zone and all the other requirements. So now we're in that dilemma. How many of those properties that we have in the north, I requested last month, right? All the properties from Fadian to Anderson. How many properties do we have there from Fadian to Anderson? It's a couple of thousand acres. Then from Fadian down Route 1, we were just talking about lot 10123, and 10123 slated for subdivision and development. And that's why we were trying to engage and merge with the USDA to have a subsidized income and debt ratio to apply to develop the 166 lots. Now, down from 10123 to Swamp Road, Palawan. Some of those properties have no sewer.
Correct.
So that's another priority that we wanted to address now, is that what is the status of those that are on unregistered property, that are the victims of the malware, that are on unregistered property. We're given a loan. Now that's just one that did not get a loan from the VA, that completed a home, paid the home, and they're on top of the aquifer. The survey map that they're on was never registered or recorded as approved. So right now we're in that dilemma. How many of those constituents are on those kind of waterlands? And maybe I can ask the director here on Swamp Road, those are half acre or quarter acre? Swamp Road, Jalan Lahi, Jalan Palawan.
Half, supposed to be half.
Supposed to
Some
be
are
half.
bigger than half.
But I remember that those properties were slated for land to the land list.
That's track
Oh,
1022.
1022,
Okay.
quarter acre,
Yeah, less than quarter,
Less
it's like
than quarter.
474.
no sewer. Now we have a dilemma. People have built homes, 500 and square, 500,
Less than 500.
less than 5. So if you have the water, power, sewer, we're good, density is okay. And we did that since back in '95. 2000, right? 95, 2005, now it's 2024. It's about 20 years ago. So now we're in that dilemma, so that's the question I like to bring up is that if we can request for additional funds to hire additional surveyors to fast track what we're trying to do, because if we're going to proceed at this speed with the resources that we have, I'm pretty sure it's kind of difficult for you to do how many agencies you cover? Four? Four agencies. We've got 223 lots that are being occupied. We've got 11,000 acres that we don't know if they're really registered, unregistered, any land claimants. Have they been surveyed? Maybe yes, maybe no. But like you said, we have to accurately bring the surveyors in, do the research on the documentation. Is there any original landowner claiming? Set the marks, do the registration process, and then we're good to go. We're ready for another 10 to another 100 years. Because right now, the properties that we have, and I've been requesting this from the director to kind of give us the general island-wide. There's the island, and I guess you gave it to me in red lines and white lines. No? So
I want to ask a question. On those quarter-acre lots, you had mentioned before in our meeting about putting the 2 quarter-acre lots to half-acre.
To combining, correct?
Yeah. What area is that?
So, to speak to Commissioner Herrera's question about the quarter acre lots and Ms. Rabon, so Attorney Miller and I had a meeting with the speaker. So the process before for CLTC was when maps were drawn, created and everything, none of the maps went through the map review process with DLM. That was back in the 90s when we started in 98 and stuff like that. Later on, the maps were being required to start going through the map review process. And then they introduced a bill and enacted it into law, which is now known as Public Law 31-170. This law grandfathers all the in-house maps that were done prior to the requirement of going through the map review process. Although the law did require or did approve or grandfather the maps that were prepared and signed by a professional land surveyor and approved by the CLTC director. So the map that, or the area that Commissioner Herrera is speaking about in Atacao, that map was only signed by the land surveyor. And in our discussions with the speaker, she's open to hearing our argument to extend the timeline for the administrative director to approve that in-house map that didn't meet the requirements. So what we're doing now is compiling all the in-house maps that were signed by a professional land surveyor but lacks the administrative director's approval. And we're going to send it to her to review, and hopefully she can provide some kind of amendment to this public law.
okay, hold that thought. So the 32 lots that we're talking about in Atacao,
Correct.
right, did not go through the Guam Land Use Commission requirement. And is that the discussion is to have the signatures from the land management head and the head here to have them approved?
No,
As is?
it's
Approve the map as is? I'm just trying to clear.
it's the map was signed by and certified by the land surveyor. So what it lacked was the administrative director from CLTC to sign approve.
Okay.
So we're compiling all those maps and gonna share it with the speaker,
Okay.
and hopefully she's amendable to amending the law.
Okay, so keep that in thought, right? So remember the case that we're talking about, the successor. The successor used that same lot on the same map, but that same map did not go through the Guam Land Use Commission. The Guam Land Use Commission will go through the seven regulatory agencies. If we approve that as is now, right, it's already violating the quarter acre requirement to be half an acre. So we're not really we're fixing the symptom, not the cause. The cause is that we gotta go back, because right now that property, right, it's situated next to the main road. And that 32 acres, right, have a buffer zone. buffer zone between the main road and the subdivision of 32. So we understand the One Waterworks came in here, I think 6 months ago, to request for a rights of way for one of their farms. Now they're installing a sewer water system there, but it's gonna be in Carnation Road. Oh, what was the name of that main road?
Both sides, it's gonna be in both
Yeah,
sides.
so it's gonna be in the cul-de-sac area?
Correct.
Verify, huh? Because no, the map that she gave us, the McDonald that came here, was only showing us the map on the main road, so.
We just had and since you
Okay.
brought that up, we just met with GWA this week.
Okay,
That AdCal project for the sewer upgrade and installation
it's for,
dirt will turn, I believe, October
okay,
FY 2025.
for the main road and the subdivision,
Correct. She provided us some maps, but we'll also provide you.
please.
What's
So,
that?
so you see, you know, so we don't, I mean, it's like I'm going beyond and stepping on my tongue, right? So if that's applicable to that part, then I get, that would meet one part,
Yeah.
the sewer water and the quarter-acre requirement, so. And then, well, that would resolve the 32 constituents that are on the property now. Now, annexing the property is also unregistered.
I'm not
That's,
sure. We can verify.
verified because I was searching for the title, and the map itself is unregistered. The original basic lot before the survey, cut off the subdivision for the 32, just to verify, because that's what happened to us on, I think there was one constituent here that we relocated, right? That Felix birth to or something. Right, the person was on that lot, then he decided to relocate to another property, so,
Okay. We'll get that information and share.
thank you, sir.
Also, since we disclosed that we met with GWA just this week, I believe it was Tuesday. So GWA's, several years ago, we presented GWA the option of, instead of monetary purchasing of the lots from like how it was in the past, maybe we can work some kind of in-kind services in lieu of monetary payment. At that time, that wasn't an option for them, but in this meeting that just occurred this week, GWA now is open to in-kind services. And we also did speak to the idea of the SUDA program, and that there could be a tri-party type of arrangement with GWA, CLTC, and RCAC. RCAC is the nonprofit organization that works heavily and a lot with USDA. They know the packaging, they understand all the requirements. We had discussions and meetings with representatives from RCAC and regarding SUDA, and so that was the conversation during that meeting. We're just waiting for GWA to come back to us, and that they're acceptable to that process. Also, in the past, what has been done was they would purchase the lots, we transfer it in fee simple
The GWA.
to GWA. I did mention that now we will present to the board that instead of any conveyance of property, we do a long-term lease now
For One Waterworks.
for Guam Waterworks, instead of decreasing our inventory by transferring lots and selling it to them and all that other great stuff. So they're open to that too, but they just need to get the approval of their general manager and they'll get back to us.
GWA.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, right, GWA has, CHamoru Land Trust has properties next to the golf course, and Gura, is that Gura? Right after.
Yeah,
Global-
501, I think, yeah.
501 Gura, in between is about 10 lots of land trust.
I believe so. Vanilla Street, I think that's what it is. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I think so.
So there's a sewer line that runs right underneath that subdivision. I have the map. You guys are aware of that?
We understand that there's a sewer line within the, but we don't have the map.
Okay, so how do we do that? I mean, you can verify. That sewer line was there before the subdivision came, and then the same surveyor came in and subdivided the property. This is in addition to the Atacao. Now this is the one down at Batulu. So the property was subdivided, there was a sewer line that connects from Gura 502,
501.
501. Then from Gura 501, like from the main road, Gura 501, and then the sewer goes under the CHamoru Land Trust. How many lots are there? I think about 10.
Along the road?
Yeah, remember next to 501, there's about 20 lots?
Adjacent to the same site, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot there, yes.
Yeah, so in the middle of that subdivision, right, a sewer line, here's the road, here's the subdivision. The sewer line runs parallel to the road, but it's about 100 feet in, underneath the subdivision. That was brought to my attention because they were one lot owner was digging, and they somehow they noticed that there was a sewer line on the bottom. They didn't know it was a sewer line, but when they double checked with Guam Waterworks, they're saying your property is right on top of the main sewer line. See, that's another request, that if we can ask for additional more funds for surveyors to come in and, like you said, accurately survey the property in accordance to the Guam Land. Because if that went to the Guam Land Use Commission, right, that subdivision in Batulu, and if it went through the proper process at the Guam Land Use Commission, the commission would have discovered that there's a sewer line under that subdivision, right? Because they will bring the Guam Waterworks, GTA, or not GTA, Department of Ag, right? And they'll have the committee, and normally that's what they'll do. They have the committee meeting, and they're saying, we're gonna subdivide this specific lot, 100 acres, or we'll use 10122, we'll use the raceway for an example. We want to put the 1200 subdivision on the raceway. So they'll call all the agencies, Guam Waterworks, and they'll brainstorm what's on that property. If there's oil spill, or so. What was the acreage on the raceway? 250? Yeah.
252,
252, so we could put 1,200 lots that are down to 500 square meter. No? So all the agencies would be there from the Guam Land Use Commission. And no, I don't think there's any sewer line going under the Guam Raceway, the former.
Yeah, but it's not far, so.
There's a sewer line there.
If you use a shortcut, like going to the backside of Paris Acres, there's a sewer line along that road.
Oh, on the other side of Route 15, the west of Route 15?
The shortcut going to like the McDonald's and the
Okay, so
There's a
that'll be
sewer
easy
line.
for us to develop the 250 acres and tie it into.
It's not within 200 feet, but it's also not within
Okay.
2,000. It's
So-
not that far.
So 200 is the magic number?
The
for-
norm, right, for the requirements to hook up 200 feet.
Okay.
But that piece you're talking about, that was put in place for the Paris Acres subdivision.
Okay,
So that's still a public record.
from Route 1 to 50?
Right, there's a connecting road.
Attorney, that's the road that we stood on, and there was a lot of traffic on the other side also. But back to Batulu, we need to check that, because that guy was gonna put he was digging, I guess, for a septic tank or leaching field, and he saw a pipeline. So he was asking, can he drill into the Guam Waterworks pipeline under his house? Here's the lot, here's the sewer line. So he was digging for septic tank leaching, and they found the sewer line. So can he tap it?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, there's occasionally that,
Because it's right on,
the sewer line in the past, in the early 50s and 60s, they were, when Guam Motors put their sewer lines, they have their own mapping.
right,
But the problem is not all the agencies has that.
also, yeah,
Purview to see, and because, like you said, it didn't go through the Guam Land Use Commission, it has to go first to the ARC, the Application Review Committee.
there,
Which consists of all line agencies.
right, so
So
this,
like one water to come is, hey, listen, we have a force main there or a sewer line on that property.
yeah.
So that will stop the development.
So the ARC would discover that.
We'll discover that, yes, they are.
So he was gonna drill there, and they said, double check with Guam Waterworks, because So anyway, Guam Water Works certified that it was a pressure sewer. What do you call that, Glenn? When it's the sewer's pressurized, not force main.
Yeah.
So if you drill that, the sewer would have
Exploded or?
come out from the golf course, the Gura, and
Yeah, it will
got it,
pop
yeah.
up.
So please advise the speaker that if we were gonna shortcut and just sign the maps, it's gonna backfire on the, what do you call us, landlords?
Okay, we'll take into account that. We'll go over it.
Have to, yeah, we've got, the speaker wants to, I mean,
Time up, 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Recess?
Yeah.
Okay,
hotel.
but you need to call the recess.
She did.
Oh,
She
To
said
make a
time out.
motion.
okay.
10 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Uh,
You're gonna take up the whole agenda.
Oh, the rest should be fast.
Sure. Yeah.
Start. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
Okay, we only have two more items. The next item is Bill 334-37, which was authored and introduced by Speaker Terlahi. We provided a copy to everyone. If you have any comments regarding the bill, please forward it to me. I'll compile it and we can put it on the agenda for next month and can have an open discussion and we'll gather whatever amendments or suggestions the board may have.
That's the bill from the Attorney General?
Correct.
The intent of that bill is to give the commission all the authority it needs to fix history.
The defects.
All the defects. As we've talked about a number of times, it's generally speaking, passing new bills only deals with the future. So we need the legislature to give us special legal authority to try and remedy all these issues we are talking about in the past, and in the couple of informal conversations we've had, there's been some receptivity to that, but there's also been a direction that if we do this, we're only doing this once, so you people better get it right.
So there is a timeline for us to apply that.
Well, I think, you all know better than me, that the legislature will be focused on the budget for the foreseeable future, and then we have the election in November. So again, you know better than me how likely they are to take up
Said there was an auction in November?
election.
What's that?
So, but yes, the sooner we can,
Sorry.
because the challenge for us will be that to get enough legal authority so that whatever the problem is, we can fix it.
A question. We're going to pick, for example, minimum 1 acre and constituent have 2 acres. We're going to be delegated the authority to modify the statute to change from 1 acre to 2. That bill would do that?
Not the way it's currently written.
Okay.
The way it's currently written, it would simply say 1 acre is good enough. Keep your 1 acre.
Okay. And give up the second or something like that? Is that?
It will allow the board to, I guess, ratify whatever was done. But then if the lessee is not in compliance, there's a certain period they have to come into compliance.
So to ratify whatever was done. So what was done was that the constituent was only allowed 1 acre, but the constituent was given 2 acres, just as an analogy. So the board can be given that delegation of authority to say, your sins are forgiven. Please
We'll
proceed
see
forward.
what the legislature wants to do.
In the current form, that's the way it was.
So we need to amend that particular language? Or?
But we need your input to make sure we've covered, all the issues that need to be covered so that
Okay.
we don't have to go back to the legislature.
What's our timeline for the public hearing?
We don't know yet. That's why we provided you guys as soon as we got it. If, like I said, if you guys have any comments or recommendations, forward it to me. I'll compile it, and if it's not heard soon, at least the next board meeting can be
So
discussed.
maybe we'll have a working session aside from this. And,
That would be great.
right? Was that?
That's possible.
Yeah, right, to kind of.
Next next item, Mr. Cruz?
So the next item is the shrine map, the popular shrine map. I signed the shrine map. Initially it was drawn out at 14 acres, but the law only allows for 5 acres. Attorney Miller can discuss or explain
Are you
what
talking about the cemetery map?
the one at Oka
Sapo
Point.
Point?
Yes,
The legislature made it clear that 5 acres means 5 acres,
No, it's at 2 to 5 acres, right?
2 to 5 acres. So the Department of Parks and Rec, who's in charge of eventually building the shrine, and the Department of Land Management are continuing to talk to see how the last map that everybody got to see needs to be modified, and they'll be coming forward soon with a new map that will not exceed 5 acres being reserved for the shrine.
So it's gonna be 5 acres on the plot map?
2 to 5
Or
acres.
2 5 acres?
Two,
Two.
2
2 to 5
a
acres.
minimum of 2, a maximum of 5.
Change. Oh. Okay, got it. Okay.
That's the law.
so that concludes my director's report.
Okay, as we go down old business, if we have discussed it, skip it.
No, we can maintain it. It shouldn't take that long, the items. So the first item is PBS Guam KGTF. Currently, they have a valid license agreement for Lot 10-R3, Block 10, Track 9 in the municipality of Barrigada. Ms. Ina Carrillo, the general manager of PBS, sent in a request to extend their deferment payment. So what's happening now is, in lieu of any monetary payments, PBS provides us the services of recording our meetings, so recording our meetings. And they have been, their rent payments has been deferred for the in-kind services.
That's at the Barrigada, roughly.
Yes, so Ms. Carrillo is requesting an extension for an additional 10 years. Although their license is gonna expire 12/31/2028, if the board is inclined to extend the in-kind services, we would recommend only until the expiration of their lease, which is in December 31st, 2028.
It's 4 more years.
Yeah, because the 10 years will exceed the
On that,
leftover
4
whatever's.
more years. 4 more years. I've heard that before.
4.5.
What was the billing per month?
$850 a
No,
month.
that's the lease. What's their billing?
In return, they provide $850 worth of service.
Do we utilize that to its full amount, or?
So far, so good. They've been here, even doing our meetings twice a month. They're here, so.
No, but I mean, we have not exceeded that amount
Uh,
in kind services.
We haven't received an invoice, so we're fine.
Okay.
We never received prior to this?
We never received an invoice for their additional services of our twice a month meetings and stuff like that.
And that's the contract, right? Up to 2028.
December 31st, 2028.
What's your recommendation on this?
To extend just until December 31st, 2028. The 10 years will surpass the.
Are you in agreement, commissioners?
Oh, I'd like to make a motion to approve the extension, right, for PBS, Guam KGTF
the in-kind services.
for in-kind services until December 31, 2028 on lot number 10-R3, Block D, Track 9, Barigona, consisting an area of 5,307 square meters.
Yeah, yeah, let me see this, this agreement. They initial each page, but the last page where they notarize, we don't know who the signatories were.
The MOA.
After
Yes.
10,
Oh, Angela?
no, here,
We're gonna, I think there's a page missing.
yeah,
We're gonna,
yeah, over here, after this, there should be a signature. These two notary sign their names, but who are the parties that signed it?
they're gonna get the, I think there's a page missing.
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
Madam Chairman, if you'd like to, we can move on to item 5B. Without voting on that motion.
We can come back.
Okay, 5B.
So we're gonna table and come back?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
just wait for them
Okay.
when they come back with the.
So the next item, 5B, global recycling, is just an update for the commission. On Monday, June 24th, we conducted a site inspection. During our inspection, we identified concerning activities that may have been a potential environmental concern. One of them was, there is a tanker truck labeled diesel only that had dripping fluids from the pump. And then you can see other pictures here that's displayed on the TV here. The storage of 55-gallon drums, what appears to be like oil on the ground, things like that. Can you go up one? I don't know if that's like a man-made pond or.
It's like a pond, man-made pond, where the lower end of the property receives the runoff. And of course, in every rain it overflows because it's at its capacity after 3 days of no rain.
Did you ask them why? That's like a berm? Is it a berm?
It's like a ponding, man-made ponding basin that captures all the runoff from the higher end to the lower end. Yes.
So this is what we were talking about,
The fuel
the
tanker?
fuel that's dripping.
Okay.
We did send a letter to EPA. We did not receive EPA's report yet, official report, but we were informed that that leaking liquid is non-potable water. Although when we did a second site inspection with Attorney Miller present, Glenn had stuck his hand in that
So
pump
it's not water?
and smelled it.
I stuck my hand in the pump nozzle, and it was a smell of diesel.
Maybe diesel.
Yeah.
And they were pumping? Oh, no, was
No.
it pumping
It was
somewhere?
just leaking. It was
Oh.
hanging down leaking. So we will send another letter to EPA to conduct a second site inspection. At this time, we'll be
Ask
present.
them for their analysis of the first inspection.
We'll request for that report. Attorney Miller and I have been in small discussions about how to move forward. We're gonna compile that information and we'll present it to the board at the next board meeting on assessing back rent and all that other great stuff, and environmental studies and things like that.
And the lease, what's the status? Was they're occupying it based on a permit to enter?
I believe authorization to occupy, there really is no commercial license or anything like that in place.
And did the attorney review that? Did you review? Just to see, I mean. 'cause-
Yeah, again, you know, this is a perfect illustration of how, you know, it's straightforward for the commission to address lease-related issues. You know, how much space do you occupy and what do you owe us for occupying that space? You know, the environmental issues, we've got to largely rely on Guam EPA in order to address any of those concerns.
So what's our alternative? Because right now they've been there for almost 10 years. I remember they occupied the property based on a parallel movement in with Cocoa.
Correct.
And then remember with Cocoa recycling, we owe, again, a liability of about 7 mil in the beginning, and it's down now to about 5 mil. And I remember that back then, they were gonna or I guess we were gonna revamp the lease and have, I guess Cocoa was gonna come in and do a credit debit on their lease to occupy the 12 acres. And so to, I guess, determine the price of the 12 acres. But first we have to go back and say what was owed from Global first.
So what we have in file, or what they've submitted, is 2 appraisal reports, I think from a couple of years ago, if not more, a little more. Like I mentioned earlier, we're gonna go back and try to compute and find a reasonable amount that's acceptable to them too. And then moving forward, we'll discuss more with Attorney Miller on how to move forward. And then we'll present all our suggestions and comments to the board and for you guys to decide.
So roughly they've been there for 12, or you recall?
Approximately.
Yeah, and that's a 12-acre lot.
12 to 15, something
Okay.
like that.
So let's say 12, right? And the neighbor golf course is 200 acres. And the 200 acres is paying about 25K.
A month.
So if we divide the 25K, maybe Glenn, you can get that on your 200 acres divided by 25K. I mean, you know, it's a neighboring, what's the number, about, for 12 acres? 200 acres divided by 25,000 per month, no?
Well, when you use appraisal, you use appraisal for specific use.
Yeah, but just, yeah, we're trying to kind of get it a nutshell.
A guesstimate, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of low, 25,000.
I mean, I know the golf course is a municipal, so they're
It's about $1,800
a month, or an acre,
an acre, correct?
times 10,
No,
about
no,
1,000.
1,875 for the 15 acres. We use 15
Okay, and per month? How much?
per month.
Per month, how much again?
1,875.
So 18,000?
1,800.
1,800 times 12 years. So we can credit debit the Cocoa balance of 5 mil. Because Cocoa's not renting the Barragan Heights no more, right?
Correct, I believe it's expired.
Yeah, right, so you see what I'm saying? They're trying to merge and Cocoa is gonna take over
Correct.
and continue the operation and start deducting the balance of 5.8. But the occupancy from when Global came in to support Cocoa, from that time on, compute,
Okay.
the clock starts there. Because they were there for no, at free rent, but they were there because of Cocoa, right? No?
Yes.
Okay.
They came in through a dating agreement with Coco.
Right, yeah. just in a nutshell, and maybe your attorney can look at that.
Okay.
I don't know, Madam Chair, you're.
We'll gather all the information, try to come up with the most
Because
reasonable.
remember we discussed the, statute of limitation for the 5.8 mil liability?
During Attorney Kumatauta's.
Correct, yeah, and he kinda described or explained the difference between a verbal and a written. And I don't think we have any written with COCO on the
Just
pay
an authorization to occupy, that's all.
And then that water goes down to the golf course, Glenn?
No, that's more towards GPA site, that's at the bottom.
Okay, so which one spills down into the golf course, where the containers? Remember there were,
The adjacent lot is the old transfer station.
okay,
That's
the
where-
EPA, where
Right.
EPA now occupies.
Exactly.
So it leaks into there?
It stops there with the ponding basin, it catches but in case of overflow, it will traverse to the adjacent lot.
To the golf course?
Yeah, to the transfer station.
The old transfer station,
Yeah.
the
I
EPA building where the
I
EPA
see.
is.
Yeah.
So I recall that when we did the inspection with Commissioner Garrido, we drove in to the backside
Correct.
where they were cutting apart the Matson containers.
Yeah, so that wasn't there yet.
We weren't able to see it because.
Oh, you guys
of
didn't go
the-
back?
No, when we initially went to visit,
Right.
that man-made
that
ponding basin
was
wasn't
not
there.
there.
Yeah.
So the neighbor golf course, right, I think that's hole number 17 or 18. Anyway, what's with is the resolution already submitted?
I believe so.
Okay,
To,
I'm just checking because,
Senator San Augustine, I believe so.
all right. And then next door is their maintenance building,
Correct.
right? The golf courses maintenance, so that spills into that?
No, no, no.
No?
This is on the side closer to the Dorado transfer station, where the new EPA building is gonna be built.
Okay, got it. To Route 1.
Correct.
Wasn't that initially part of their footprint, Coco? Global,
Which one?
where the EPA,
No, there was, I think, either a chain link fence or a fence built from tires that have been built or compacted.
no, but didn't Global at one point in time in the beginning occupy that entire thing all the way out to Route 1?
I don't think so.
That was
Because Global
almost the
came
transfer
in-
station.
Yeah.
They did with transportation.
So that was not part
No, it
of
wasn't.
Global?
That was separate lot.
If company did occupy part of the DPW transfer station, it was Coco, because they came in the beginning to clean up all the waste and stuff like that.
Okay.
So that's the update for Global. By next meeting, we should have some numbers put together and a plan of attack, a way forward. So,
Please
Cheryl,
try and follow up though on the findings of the
with EPA.
site inspection for EPA.
Okay. Madam Chair, you can consider going back to item 5A. I believe they provided you with the last page of the license
Yes.
agreement.
Yes. So
So we have a motion, we'll need a second, and then we can vote.
yeah,
Already made a motion.
You've made the motion, we'll need a second to your motion.
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carried.
Thank you.
That's right, and we went on break.
What's the break that they did?
Okay.
So the next item, item C is Tata Communications. The initial submerged, present is Attorney Martinez, Attorney Baza, and Mr. Benson from Tata Communications. The initial license that was approved by the board, signed by the legal counsel of Tata Communications stateside, was not approved by the Attorney General, so that's what forced us to have to go back and make edits and changes to the submerged lands license agreement. So before you is the submerged lands license agreement that has been approved by our attorney, Attorney Miller, has been reviewed by Attorney Martinez. And now we just need the board's approval.
For,
Their commercial submerged lands license agreement for August.
So this is an open document right now.
It's still in its draft form.
Changes can be made.
Yes, but this document is in line with Public Law 36-108,
Which is,
the Guam Undersea Access for Homes Act, which is specifically for submerged cables, submerged lands.
I do have a question. On 5, page 3 of 15.
For 15?
I don't have the agreement in front of me, but I'm assuming the question's posed to your lawyer as opposed to me.
Okay, page 5.
It says here under compensation, the landing fee of 100,000 shall be paid within 30 days of approval. Okay. What is the definition of a landing fee or landing?
Our definition is that, you know, the cable is physically present on the island.
Okay.
Our definition is slightly different, because the cables can be landed and not functioning at all. And it takes about 1.5 years for the cables to be tested across the world. So our definition has been that it's landed and active. So we have 2 active landed cables at the Haggett facility, and we've got 2 landed that are going through that 1.5 year process of testing. So the client, the owner of the cables, hasn't started paying anyone anything because it hasn't been vetted and approved yet. And if it doesn't work, they'll yank the cable, and then we are where we are.
But during that process, you have control of the property, correct?
So I think the misconception here is how this works. Tata owns a landing facility that they built in 2001. It was a predecessor that built it. That landing facility has certain raceways that people can land cables to. These are by and large other people's cables. Those cables get landed, and it takes about 1.5 years to make sure that they work.
Yeah, so in other words, the cable will come in, and before you pay a dime, it'll be 1.5 years later.
Before we get paid a dime, it's 1.5 years.
No, but before you get paid a dime, but I'm talking about CLTC, because that's CLTC property that you're.
The undersea section. So this is, I believe that it's
You know,
when it's
it's
active.
it's
I understand
like-
your position,
It's
sir.
like if I lease you my house and I have a missing doorknob, and it takes me 1.5 years, or it takes me 1.5 years, you're not gonna pay rent, even though you're occupying the property.
Well, it's slightly different than that, but I understand exactly what you're saying, sir. I do understand. So this is just, you know, where we are. This is based on whatever the law is. And I guess we have to have that conversation with the legislature.
In the law, it requires that the 100,000 be paid within 30 days of the approval of the Bureau of Statistics and Plans Guam Coastal Management Program when the construction, installation, or repair, upgrade of the conduit infrastructure or cables is required. So like for Tata Communication, for example, now, if they've had landed a cable and it required a BSP permit or approval, then they would pay $100,000 landing fee. But since they have also have existing cables, that fee doesn't apply to the existing. There's a $100,000 annual fee for the existing. So the existing doesn't require construction, which also covers landing.
Now, I'm just bringing attention to this because to me, in my opinion, it's slighted, and it's slighted towards you guys. But yet you're in control of the property.
We understand your position, sir. The legislature, this process was vetted in the legislature, and the bill that was ultimately passed was different than what we all testified to, but it is all that we have.
So I'm assuming once that cable runs through the conduit, that's already considered installation, so that a fee will be assessed for that.
I mean, if we receive an invoice, then we'll have a conversation if there's a contest to the invoice and the timing of it. Of course, we haven't crossed that bridge yet, but, so this is where the legislature sort of was going in a direction, but they didn't sort of tie up the loose end. We can have that conversation. Tata, those lines are important to the military and to the island. It brings bandwidth to the island. Nobody wants this to not work, and so we're willing to have whatever conversation the law requires.
I mean, the dilemma here, and it's a dilemma for both of us, is frankly, this lease is almost word for word cut and paste from the statute. And so we haven't had an opportunity on either side to try and change any of the words, because we're all just taking the words that the legislature gave us and saying, okay, we will write the lease that the legislature directed us to write. And now we'll start interpreting it.
So that's what we're doing now, we're trying to interpret it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my position is still out there.
Yeah, we as has been
And
suggested.
that's what we're here for, right? Is to try and come into a mutual agreement, correct?
Well, with all, so there's no confusion. I have no authority to say, to negotiate anything with the commission. I'm here to answer questions, however.
Yeah.
And so when we are issued, when Tata is issued an invoice, right, because we're waiting on when that happens, when this is approved, presumably invoices will come for different purposes. Then we have an internal conversation, and that will go wherever it goes.
Isn't that sort of like putting the wagon in front of the donkey?
Well, so this facility was built in 2001. I think the wagon is in front of the donkey.
Really? Well, that doesn't mean we have to maintain it there.
I understand
I know
your
the importance
position.
of the communication cables coming, but also I'm seeing a defect in the way this is stated. It's a little bit skewed towards your advantage.
So I personally don't believe that's true, but we did track what the law says nearly verbatim. I mean, we use exact words from the statute. And so that interpretation either happens internally when the time is right, or happens in a court, which we really hope will never happen. Regrettably, well, not regrettably, the system is set up so that the policymakers make the decision, and they have, and this is what we've got. Yes, sir.
Do we have the cover from the legislature on this?
Which one?
Like the bill?
The law, we can provide a copy.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, okay. To me.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, the facility was built in 2001,
It was built in 2001.
and then the cable came in 2001 also, or
No,
in
the cable,
2022?
the cable facilities were built in 2001,
Okay,
but it was abandoned by the previous owner.
would you stop that?
No, the previous owner was Tyco,
Okay,
which was owned by Tycom Networks.
okay,
And in 2007, I believe it was, Tycom Systems, the network, which included Guam, was acquired by VSNL America. VSNL America ultimately became Tata Communications, and that's how we came to own the asset. When I say we, it's not me and my law office, obviously, I wish. It's Tata Communications.
I see.
Owned,
so you're part of TAFTA?
I'm not, I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer.
Oh, okay.
Blair Sterling
So-
Johnson and
Okay,
Martinez.
so what
So
is the acronym for TATA?
Tata, it's a family name. It's an Indian company,
I
and
see.
it's actually the family name.
Okay, so that's the family name,
Yes.
TAT,
Yeah.
from India?
From
Yes.
India, yes, sir.
Okay,
So it wasn't until 2007
okay.
that the acquiring Tata decided, well, we have the facility, why aren't we landing? So it was in 2007 and 2008, 2007, 2008?
For VSNL to Tata?
No, the two landings.
Oh, yeah, 2007, 2008.
2007, 2008, that was all the permitting for the landings.
I see.
So there was a long duration of non-use, and at that time, the Attorney General and the Department of Land Management were amongst the various people that were involved in the conversation, said you must go talk to the CLTC. So Tata entered into a 21-year license,
Okay,
and they did it retroactively to the date the facility was built,
2001.
to 2001.
Who gives the permit, Army Corps?
It's all, there are many, many permits involved, so if
I mean, you know, to pass through the submerged land.
well, so we don't do the
Land
permitting for that. The owners of the cables actually hire a company, and they do all the permitting with the Guam agencies.
Okay,
So, but to build the system, it was GIPA, Guam Coastal Management, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Guam Seashore Protection Commission. Well, they were duplicitous, and there were public hearings.
all right, because I was listening to the hearing when you guys, what I kind of understood about it is that it was the Army Corps that has the ultimate to provide the green light to pass through the submerged land.
So they're one of the big ones. They're not the only one, but they're one of the big ones. Certainly, I would not discount the fact that Guam is involved every step of the way, because they really are important to the process.
All right, thank you. So then,
No, but Army Corps supersedes Guam.
But we do all, right? So these licenses, if you see the list of licenses that we have to go through, and the public hearings are almost all Guam public hearings.
I understand. So there's one cable now that came into the lifeline?
There are two that are operational, and there are two that are not yet operational.
And each cable has how many sub-cables inside? Is it
Just one cable.
Just one cable, no other multiple cables?
It's not like terrestrial fibers. I think there's, a number of fiber pairs, but the undersea cables are different than terrestrial fiber optics.
So it's not a terrestrial fiber optic?
No, it's,
It's not paired up?
well, they are paired, but it's typically much fewer pairs.
So each pair is paid by, you guys are paying Land Trust for one pair or one cable?
Well, it's a single cable, which
Single.
includes the multiple pairs.
And how many multiple pairs are in the cable?
I don't remember offhand. It varies per system.
Okay.
Some are like 8 pairs, some are 4 pairs.
So can Google piggyback on that cable, and can the other companies from China piggyback on that cable, or from Department of Defense can piggyback in that one cable?
They use the data capacity that the cable provides.
And when they use the data capacity, do they just pair, do they pay for that data capacity, or do they piggyback on that one cable?
It's all the one cable.
Yeah, it's still one cable, so
But they-
even if there are pairings, it's
Yeah.
not going on one cable. It's-
Understand.
It's the whole system,
Yeah.
because
So
of the
that-
way it breaks up the
Yes,
data
yes.
and moves it.
So there's more than one riders in that one cable? Because you say it's multiple pairs.
Yes.
So each pair could be, again, we say it could be Google, it could be,
Well, that may determine the owners, but that wouldn't determine what capacity
understand.
is on it.
Okay,
Yes.
so last several months, I saw the cable layer outside of the light pipe.
Yeah.
So was that to lay a cable in, or lay a cable out and interconnect it to PD?
Is
Yeah.
that the new one?
Yes, that's apricot.
Apricot?
Yeah.
So when apricot came in and out of the submerged land, does apricot or the CHamoru Land Trust a landing fee for one out, one in? Or are we being taken for another ride?
Yeah, no, so when that becomes our position, this comes back to Commissioner Garrido's point. Our position is that that's when that gets connected. Is that one connected yet?
No,
So that was not connected yet or tested, so
Not
it'll take a
activated
while.
yet, no
So,
data coming through.
That's right, so it's not functioning yet, they just sort of laid the bit
I
so
see.
far. And
How
so
many
the,
terabytes go through each of those cables?
I'm not sure exactly. It
Can we measure
varies.
that? Yeah, we can measure.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It really is huge capacity nowadays.
What's the relationship between a T1 and your cables?
Oh, I couldn't even, it's like, T1's like ancient history or
Yes.
something, yeah.
But, I mean, the capacity of the T1 compared to the capacity of your new cables,
I can't do that math in my head, but I can answer that
probably
at a later time.
fairly large, correct?
Yes.
yeah, and I think you're comparing sort of the freeway versus the fast car. So there's
I
a
think
sort of a
I
slightly
think I'm
different.
comparing a freeway with a super duper freeway, because cable technology has only gone this way since its inception. So, you know, going to what he's saying, he's trying to equate and redefine cable. So if you sub out a portion of your main cable, you say they come in pairs, right? They're paired?
Yeah, so I think I see where the conversation is going. When the cable comes, it's bound. It's already bound, that owner owns that. Whoever he sells capacity to is whoever he sells capacity to. But that label it's not like another one gets snuck in there. The landing is only whatever the landing
there.
is.
I'm just saying, what are the total number of pairs per, per assembly?
Yeah, so as Mr. Benson has mentioned, that varies depending on the cable. But the law doesn't care about that. The law says a landing. And so it's not like a new cable is being added to the existing cable, so they're tricking the system. There's a landing. That chip isn't coming back to add an extra cable. There's one cable coming through with however many pairs that there are.
So that ship that was there last couple of months, you said it was laying in or laying out?
It was well, basically what it is it landed on Guam.
Yes.
Guam was the original landing point, and then it's laying the cable to the Philippines.
Understand.
That's the first segment, and then it goes, later it'll connect into
So
Asia.
that cable didn't go into the PD station?
No, there's just a single landing for the apricot system.
So when it landed in the lifeline, so that cable goes underground through the rights of way over to Gordo or to the exchange? Because
It
that-
goes in that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's that infrastructure.
Yes, yeah, over to the rights of way into the, you know, with the power
Public
plant.
easement.
Right.
Right, yeah,
Right,
all
yes.
the way, and it ends up in that exchange, in,
The Tata facility, cable landing
yeah,
station.
next to that power plant, that's.
Yeah, it's in the Gorco area.
Correct, yeah, and that's why we needed the map in that area, so. What's the power bill in that facility?
I'm glad I don't have to pay it, but it's a good.
Yeah, because we know that it's a highly consumable in power to
Yes.
run the terabytes, right? So,
Yeah, well, it's very surprising. The technology has changed so much, so dramatically.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. Okay, 30 minutes.
Again, Madam Chairman, members, this lease is a cut and paste from the statute. You know how we view when the landing fee is due, you know how Tata views when the landing fee is due. What staff is looking for, what Tata is looking for is for the commission to decide that these words on paper are the words on paper that you all will agree to. If we have a positive vote today, Tata will go about the business of collecting the appropriate signatures from their side on the lease, and then we'll bring it back here for signatures on our side of the table. And in the meantime, we'll see how quickly they can make their cable hot, and maybe we won't have to have any conversations about dates for when landing fees are due.
I'm just also questioning on page 415, item G. I'm still kind of like stuck into why does CLTC have to wait until your cable is fully functional before we get any payment?
Because these are the words the legislature told us to use.
But we cannot question it? Because we're supposed to approve it before this goes any further, right? So this is our time to be heard.
Just as a taxpayer or a person who lives here, the legislatures, the laws sort of trump everything that we do. So the license cannot violate what the law
Is
is.
this already law?
The law already exists.
Yes.
Law was
This
passed.
is already law.
The agreement mirrors the law.
The authority that gave CLTC, that was given to
In
CLTC.
2022.
Dexter provided
Okay,
a
so
copy.
this is already law.
No, this is a license.
Yeah.
It cannot violate the law. You can't be more or less than the law. It's gotta be the unfortunate, so I understand the predicament because you're having to follow the legislature's rules instead of creating them yourself. But that's what the policymakers did and what the governor approved and sort of the paradigm that we're working within.
Okay, so it's a license, and Attorney Miller, I think they were explaining to us if there was any violation or non-compliance with the license. Have you reviewed that?
Yes, I mean, we would write them a letter and tell them we think they're in non-compliance, and they would write us back and tell us whether they agree or disagree and what we're gonna do about it.
And in the meantime, the terabytes are going in, flowing in. and flowing
Absolutely.
out.
Yep.
I hope it's not another raceway. No, seriously, because I'm learning about all these multiple approaches and multiple integrated kind of configuration that sometimes we're stuck in the law. While in the meantime, we're losing cash flow and the commercial is moving forward. Like for example, we just mentioned one company that's been there for a decade and it was zero rent because of some legal jargon on the language. So
Well, if I can answer to that, CLTC was getting paid a license fee until the license expired in 2022.
I see.
And this becomes effective October 2022. So we'll get an invoice for the period of time that we haven't been able to pay because the license wasn't executed, wasn't approved by the Attorney General's office. Now we'll get an invoice and you all will get that money. It's not in the wind. So we'll get an invoice for the active, certainly, you're gonna get a payment. And that's $100,000 a year
For one
active
cable.
line.
Yeah,
Right.
for
We have 2 active cables.
I'm still trying to refine the sub-inter cable and we'll discuss that.
Okay.
Okay.
When a cable is decommissioned, when you guys decommission a cable, does that mean that you're going to remove the cable also, or you're just going to abandon the cable?
So we haven't had one.
Yeah, we haven't had any, and I believe the law is written such that if removing the cable causes more disturbance than leaving it in place, that it's okay. I think it was optional in the law. It's like a garden hose.
But still, if it's decommissioned, that means it's not in use anymore because it's defective?
No, typically, it's very rare that a cable system is decommissioned. Typically, what happens is the technology has advanced so much that it's just not really commercially viable.
Using that logic, since it's already it's antiquated because newer systems come up, then when you guys replace it with a new one,
You get a new landing fee, license fee, and then you
Okay.
get the new annual fee. So
okay,
that's the law
and-
contemplates that.
and if you close shop, who's going to be responsible for removing the
Garden hose.
inoperable
No, it's only like a garden hose, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you
it's the same as what's in the law, the Guaha law. It stipulates, my recollection is that if it causes more disturbance to remove it, it's optional to enforce us to remove it or not.
Under the
Yeah.
water.
Yes, yeah. I don't foresee that happening for a
I used
very
to-
long time.
I used to
And there's federal regulation and federal law that covers this whole topic as well.
Well, I have to say, I own property right next to
Oh, yeah,
Interlife.
right where the Spanish bridge is, right? She's the
And
one that
when
told
you
me there's a
guys-
ship outside. That cable ship. Today there's a Magellan cable again.
Oh, yeah, with the terabits.
So when you guys landed, or whoever landed the cables, it disturbed the area when the waves come in, it goes a different direction. And it comes to my land and it takes land out.
Oh, no, oh, no. We'll never get a lease now.
So you guys are just attorneys, you guys are just attorneys for Topta?
I'm
You get a
the
lease,
lawyer
but
for
you have to better
And
terms.
Mr.
Sorry?
Mr. Benson works for
Lang
Tata
Benson,
Guam.
I'm the local manager for Tata. I'm a Tata employee.
I see.
Yeah.
The reason why we're talking about the cable, or was that the water hose,
It's
right?
from
Is that-
Agate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I dragged your ship because she called me that. But anyway, on the environment too, with the hoses, right? Because way back when we were working with asbestos, solvent, lead, paint, the government was saying it's okay, it's safe,
Right.
you know? And
No,
then
I understand
years
your
later,
concern.
the water hose that you're talking about there may be swallowed by some of the fish that we catch. So, I mean, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's not, it doesn't dissolve, it's very robust,
Yeah.
it's designed to, you know, the systems are warranted by the supplier for 25 years.
Yeah.
They guarantee that it'll maintain the system performance for 25 years.
And then, you know, the current that goes there, you know, the electric currents, you know, that bounces to do the fiber optic reaction.
Well, that's mostly optical, but there is electrical
Yes,
current to
indeed.
feed the undersea amplifiers.
So the electromagnetic in that cable as it runs, and then our fish goes through it.
Yeah, it's,
You know, and the
it's.
seaweed that we eat, and you know what I mean?
Well, yes, it's shielded, it has shield. This is a fairly old technology by now, so they have a lot of knowledge of the environmental impact, and it's really minimal.
That's what they told us when they ran the pipeline from the port up to Anderson. It was safe, and then it was leaking on the ground. I mean, this is true.
Yeah, I understand your concern, I do.
Also, one of my concerns, at page 8 of 15, the first top paragraph, it says that you can consent to lease, transfer, and stuff like that without our approval. The very top. It says licensee may without licensor's consent lease or transfer. And a lot of good stuff like that.
We take the words,
The conduit and the duct space to third parties.
we take the words the legislature gives us.
Yeah, and that's that raceway that comes in. We don't have conversations with getting permission for the attachment of the new cable. That's specifically the transfer conduit and duct space. So when Google says we need to find a landing facility, and they talk to us and GTA and other people, you're not involved in those conversations. They find a place that they are comfortable, they land it, and then that process begins without the CLTC approval. This comes from the law. That's not saying that the license itself is assignable. That's saying that the conduits that pull in these lines are not part of the conversation.
Okay. many landing pipes are in use right now?
2 are landed and functioning. 2 are landed, 1 is not connected, 1 is being tested.
Again, please?
Two are landed and functioning. They work, the data's coming through, going to the Army, doing all
Okay.
that. 2 of them, 1 is landed and being tested. It's in the testing process.
So you have 3.
Yes, 2 are active and 1 landed not active.
Mhm.
And a 4th one that's landed not connected to us yet. That's going to be connected and then it'll go through the
So
testing.
it's 4 out of
process.
6.
That's right.
Commissioner Rivera, you have anything to say?
No, this is a legislative language, it's,
What can
cannot
we do?
add or delete or, and I guess the approval here is just for us to write an approval for the license. Not a lease, it's a license,
It's a licensure, yes.
right? It's a license.
GTA has the same thing, right?
Yeah, but any submerged license since the enactment of GUA will be the same. This will be the
Yeah.
template. Just know that if you guys do decide to approve this in its form and all the signatures are done and we get back a signed copy, definitely I'm gonna send 2 invoices for the landed cables that had to be installed into the conduit and the 2 invoices for the existing cables, so that's $400,000
Retroactive also.
or more, because 2 years.
They won't
Oh, yeah,
pay,
yeah,
they won't pay into the other 2.
But
Cables are operational.
that's an operational fee. That's a different $100,000. So the landing fee is $100,000. To my understanding, and Attorney Miller will have to discuss that with Attorney Martinez, is that when it says here, when the construction, installation, or repair, upgrade of the conduit infrastructure or cables is required. So, since they had to put the cable through the conduit, it's,
No, they won't
there's 2.
start paying until it's operational.
Well,
That's a different fee.
Commissioner, if I can, so I'm not the guy who writes the checks, I'm just the lawyer. They may tell me that I'm wired after this conversation. As soon as we get the invoice, that will be sent to Tata and Virginia, and they'll deal with payment. And so if we get pushback, then the conversation will be had through the CLTC's director and Mr. Miller. These are people who do business in every jurisdiction across Asia, and
But
it's pretty straightforward.
can I talk to the lawyer for a minute?
You can talk to the lawyer,
Okay.
sir.
You have 2 cables already that are operational and 2 that are not operational. They bill you for the 4 cables.
Okay? Can you bill me for the 4 cables? I honestly, that's not part of my job, so I couldn't tell you the answer to that.
Bill under the cable company for
Right, so, but you're asking me, can you do that? I mean, I'm assuming we're gonna get the invoices, and by we, that's not me, that's Tata Communications.
and that's why I said, can you, that's why I was referring to
I
you.
don't-
I'm not saying that you are Tata. I'm just saying that I'm trying to get a perspective from your side.
I honestly don't know internally how they deal with the payment of anything,
No,
barely
but I
even
mean,
my own fees.
Let me finish. I signed this, everybody here signs it, all right? We send you the first billing and you deny half of it because the 2 are not operational. What recourse would we have at that point?
Well,
That's why I
you
said I want to talk to the lawyer.
The law actually provides for that. The law provides for the remedies. What happens when there's non-payment? What happens when there's, well, no, well, that could be it, but the law provides for it and it's built into this as well. So if there's a defect of any kind, whether it's a covenant that's been breached or money hasn't been paid, then there's a process of notice and then dealing with cure. And then we'll go through that, but this is a slight variation over what you previously approved to tweak very specific language, but it tracks the law as the 2022 one did. This just does it in a slightly different way. But it's exactly, I mean, it's verbatim. If you went to the law and you took this section, it would be exactly the same wording in the law. And it does create, because you're the landlord in this case, or you're the licensor. So it does create a remedy for you if, you know, the licensee doesn't do anything it's supposed to do.
I don't know, just at this point in time, I don't feel comfortable signing off on this. I think I need more time to think about it and digest it, because we just got this now.
Yeah, I'm just here to pitch it, so whatever internally you all feel comfortable with.
And I'm just speaking for myself, I can't speak for the other two commissioners. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, so, but you know, just listening to the public hearing with all the players that were there, and then Mr. Cruz here kind of went through, you guys did a preliminary research on some of the cables that were there. I think you found another manhole, or
That's in P.
in PD, but that's not involving Tata.
We haven't finalized our data
Yeah.
yet.
Honestly, I want to read through this, but no, is time factor here? If we don't,
You need
I
to
mean-
sign it to get the money.
Your folks internally can't invoice us
Oh.
for money until we have the license. So that's really, otherwise, there's no timing issue, it's just that we don't have a license. We're essentially on a holdover agreement that was provided to Tata in 2022.
license for the 4 that's already operating?
This is for the facility in P, so
Not for
4
the
or
cable.
6 or 2 or whatever the
Okay.
number is, it's for the facility in Haggett.
Yeah. I'd like to defer to our good man attorney.
Again, the words of this lease are in the license are the words of the statute, but nonetheless, it is the commission's responsibility to approve all the agreements that get entered into it. Today, you can move to approve, you can move to table for further consideration at the next meeting. It's entirely up to you all.
And it's according to the statute as written hereby. And these are the six legislatures that introduced the bill, and
Yeah.
then I guess it became a competence.
It's in accordance to Public Law 36-108.
I mean, if Commissioner Garrido wants to move the table till the next meeting, then,
Yeah, we don't have all,
Mm-hmm.
so you can study the statutes further.
Well, looking at the, the authors of the bill, do I have confidence in their caliber in assessing or analyzing all the requirements? The ones I see here, I kind of, there's 15 of them. So the authors, I kind of have some confidence in their reliability and trustworthy. Now with the technical expertise, maybe none of them are technicians or like that, but I will move to make a motion to approve the license, but that's just me. It's only one. There's one that's not in approval, so I make a motion to approve the license based on the language that's coming from the legislature and because of the authors that I've seen here. So that's my motion, 1, to approve the license.
Madam Chair, we'll need a second. If we don't have a second, perhaps there'll be a substitute motion to table.
There's no second.
No, the chairwoman.
She can vote.
If she wants the second,
We'll table it to the next meeting.
then we'll need a motion to table.
I move that we table this license until our next board meeting so that we can have more time to look at it and try and digest it more. This is not a yes or a no. I just want to scan through it more carefully and next time I can have better questions for you.
I'll try to have better answers.
So we'll
But
need
right
a,
now, personally, I do not feel comfortable signing off on this, even though the legislature already approved it. The legislature have been known to have defective bills at times and defects in the laws, so
so Madam Chair, we'll need a vote on the motion to table.
Motion to table. We need, put it out.
I motion to table it.
So we'll need a
And
vote.
vote.
Did you second the motion?
No. That's one vote, yeah. I mean, you know, it's a license, so, I mean, it's not a contract, I mean, it's a license. If you violate the license, then we get the license back tomorrow.
Not that easy.
I mean, I understand.
But the law provides a little bit of buffer in there, but yes, sir.
Yeah,
there
yeah.
are-
Maybe 30 days after
Yeah,
that.
that's what Commissioner Garrido's.
The
I get-
funds you'll be receiving are substantial, and they will continue.
Oh.
What was that? What was that?
The funds you will be receiving will be
Yeah,
substantial.
what is the funds?
The
How much?
funds,
How much?
like, it's a hundred.
Each
it's the
landing is
fund-
$100,000, each
And
each
how
new
much
landing,
funds
and
do
each,
Tata generate?
that's not what the law asks for.
Understand, yeah, so giving me that, 100,000, and you know what I mean?
It's our
communication.
it's our customer owns it. We
I
don't own
understand,
it.
I
Madam Chair,
understand.
we can vote on that
Go ahead.
motion to table.
All in favor? Okay. Right?
I second.
Okay, so that approves that, so we'll see you guys next month.
Take a vote.
I'm still voting no.
So motion to table is approved 2-1.
You have 2-1, so that means it's
Okay.
table.
You have
Yes.
to, she has to make.
This is the first time we're not.
No, I mean, they said
agreeing.
until next meeting.
Yeah, next meeting,
But.
just for clarity,
Okay,
yeah.
Okay,
but she didn't do like a roll call.
That's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well, basically, it's a tie because I made the motion, he didn't second it, so she's breaking it.
Okay.
okay.
So we'll reach out to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
next month.
Thank you.
We
Thank you
just,
very much. This
This just came.
is big. I don't wanna,
Yes, sir, we understand.
I don't wanna feel like I'm betraying my island by selling out too cheap or, you know. I'm not saying that your price is cheap, it's a good price.
What do you
I'm
know?
tomorrow.
I just wanna make sure we do have flexibility in case something goes astray.
Yes, sir, I understand.
the cables are there already,
Mhm.
soon.
That's why they're not gonna go away.
Thank you.
Once it's approved, I'm just gonna hit enter, and all the invoices are gonna come out.
So we're on to new business now.
Joseph B. Cruz. Who's that?
Who is Joseph B. Cruz? Designation of Mr. Joseph B. Cruz as acting administrative director. Mr. Bruce, do you have something to say?
My acting is just in the absence of acting administrative director John Burns.
That's on the back page, the one dated April 4
May
or May 13.
May 13. Because there was, we provided in the packet, Ms. Lucius prepared it, the salary of the last director that was board approved, and then the last director that was actually paid from CLTC. Because I've been holding this position for over 30 days, I'm entitled to detailed pay. There's the Competitive Wage Act of 2024, the executive pay plan. It's provided to you and it was prepared by the but in order to process any type of GG1 and to make sure that it's legal, we need the board to decide what would the salary be. So Ms. Lucis, I provided you with the executive pay plan like I mentioned, and the information from the last salary, annual salary that was approved by the board and the last annual salary of the last administrative director. Sounds weird, but
Which step are you in right now?
currently I'm a classified employee. I'm a 07, I think. My step is 07. My annual salary is a little over $76,000.
Is there a position description on this one, just to add it?
To the,
I mean, for both, for the executive,
no, we don't have one in file.
and then I guess the other question is that there was a question about the board having a delegation of authority, right, over activities that are operating in the trust. And I guess I don't know if I send you that request earlier. I'm just trying to see the position description, because I understand the board here is very tremendous.
Mr. Cruz,
Sir?
based on this breakdown you gave us, you said you are currently making more than 76?
A little over 76. But that's through the general pay plan scale. The executive pay plan scale is different from the general.
Yeah, because you're classified, this is not.
Correct.
So even if we made a decision here, right, even as a classified, that still applies? You know
Yes,
what I mean?
because I've been detailed to the,
Because after 90 days, right?
30.
Well, after 30 days. So my question here, I was asking the attorney, right,
That's,
the difference between governing and policy, just so, because I'm gonna make a motion for this one. But if our attorney can explain the difference between a policy board or a policy commission and a governing board. I mean,
we're the policymakers.
I guess the best example I could give you to illustrate what a policy-making board is, because we've all spent, at least I spent a good chunk of last week talking about what the Guam Board of Education
there,
was doing and what they weren't doing, and what they were supposed to do, and when they were supposed to do it. The Guam Board of Education is a policy-making board. They have no legal authority to do anything other than hire a superintendent and direct that superintendent to implement the policies that they choose to make. But they can't hire a teacher, they can't hire a janitor, they can't decide when the school day starts or when the school day ends. That they can make policies, but the people who actually make those policies go work for the superintendent. And if the Board of Education doesn't like how any particular school is being run or how a particular subject is being taught, all they can do is tell the superintendent to fix it. They can't tell the teacher what to do. They can't decide that history is being taught the right way or the wrong way. You all are in a very different position. As an example of the last agenda item, you run a business. You're a landlord. You have business transactions that you do all the time. Some of those transactions, the executive director is authorized by the commission to make decisions on and move transactions forward. Other transactions we have to bring to you all. That lease, for example, we can tell you this is exactly what the words on that paper are exactly what the legislature says the lease is supposed to be, but that doesn't mean that, that Mr. Cruz can sign it, and that doesn't mean that Tata is gonna get a lease without your consent. So that's what makes you a governing board.
Governing board, okay. Understand now. Okay, so can I make a motion now?
You can always make a motion.
All right, so I make a motion for the executive pay for the acting director or acting administrator.
Sir, if you don't mind, sorry for interrupting you. We just received a letter from the acting administrative director, Mr. Burks. If we can just hand it out to him.
You want to read it out?
Oh, no.
All right, read it out. This is just now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, hey, John? You want to read it out? Can somebody read it out?
I can read it.
Yeah.
It's a memorandum addressed to Chairperson Bernardo, Commissioner Herrera, Commissioner Garrido, from the Acting Administrative Director, Mr. John Birch. Good Commissioners, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to formally request the Board's approval for compensating Mr. Joseph Cruz for the additional responsibilities he has undertaken during my extended leave period as the Acting Administrative Director. It has been over 3 months since I have been on sick leave, and during this time, Mr. Cruz has diligently and effectively managed the responsibilities of my role. His dedication and commitment to ensuring the smooth operation of the CLTC has been exemplary. Given the significant efforts Mr. Cruz has put forth, which have extended beyond his classified duties, I believe it is only fair and just to compensate him for the extra workload shouldered during this period. In accordance with the provisions of the law, I kindly ask the Board to consider and approve this request for Mr. Cruz's compensation, acknowledging his exceptional contribution to maintaining the continuity of our operations in my absence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. John T. Burke.
Okay, question, so when we make a motion here, right, for this compensation, when you return back, in your normal duties, does the compensation follow you, or does it?
No.
It reverts back.
I'll return back to my original classified salary.
Okay, so again, I make a motion, Madam Chair, for the fair compensation for Mr. Cruz, reference to the executive pay plan, EPP, step 22. Step 22.
I second.
Any discussion?
Only the note taker.
Well, the discussion is that we're a governing board, so we're intertwined with the executive administrative director, so.
Well,
Correct.
Joey, you've done an outstanding job so far. And Mr. Herrera has been very generous, and I'll side with him there. So I did second.
I know you were pointing at a step 14, but.
Thank you. I just want to make it known that my achievements here is a team effort, so I can't take credit for everything. We have a staff who works hard too, and they contribute just as much as I contribute. It's my job to put everything together and make sense and to make things flow properly. One thing I can say for sure today is that our FY 2022 audit will be completed or published today. So I'm proud to say that CLTC has received, I believe, 11 consecutive years of clean audit reports. But thank you, and you know, credit is also due to the employees.
Okay, thank you,
So,
so.
all in favor, say aye.
Oh,
Aye.
Closing remarks? You have closing remarks?
Closed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
Oh, is there,
Motion carried.
The next item,
Joseph Cruz.
6B, Guam Motorsports Association.
Is there more to talk about on this topic?
No one?
well, we have two bills that are on the floor, and we have two gentlemen here, so.
Madam Chair, we're gonna proceed to the next item. So today, representing the Guam Motorsports Association is Mr. Adek. He was just here. Okay. You wanna move on to the next item and we can circle back?
Can we move on to Manel Ogden?
Again, there's nobody representing Mr. Ugin. His daughter, Ms. Takai, was supposed to provide us a POA, and but because she's not here, I believe we haven't received the POA yet for Mr. Kai to speak on behalf of Mr. Ugin.
So C,
Mr. Andres here? To C? Letter C. For letter C, the OPA request for compliance audit, because of the author or the creation of Bill 334-37, we're gonna ask that we, can we cancel that?
Sure.
To cancel that item on the agenda. 334-37 will provide the board, hopefully with all the authority and to resolve our current issues that are delaying our process.
so next,
In your packet, you have a copy of Bill 35-37. It's the bill you guys briefly spoke about earlier. There has not been any public hearing on this bill. This bill reads, Bill 325-37, an act to authorize the CHamoru Land Trust Commission to lease all or a portion of lot number 7161-R1 in Gigo, Guam, to the Guam Motorsports Association for the purpose of providing families with a safe and regulated space for drag racing and other on and off-road motor racing, motor biking, and car shows and activities, and to further appropriate $300,000 from the general fund to the CHamoru Land Trust Commission for the purpose of cleaning and preparing lot 7161-R1 in Gigo for public use.
So Madam Chair, members, this item is on the agenda so that if collectively you want to express perspectives that you want staff to write down and send to the legislature as being representative of the commission as a whole, we can have that conversation now, and you can direct. We'll have to have a vote on what the commission's official position is. If you want to take a collective position, or in the alternative, if each of you simply want to express your own point of view to the legislature in your own way, then we won't have an official commission perspective on the bill. Completely at your discretion whether you want to try and speak collectively or you wish to speak just each individually.
I think it suits us to do a collective position pertaining to this bill. Discussion?
So again, however, whatever you want that collective position to be, we'll take notes.
Earlier. Mr. Commissioner Garrido said earlier.
I really raised the concern about the $300,000. I guess for clarity on what the $300,000 will be used for.
He clarified.
Attorney Miller clarified for public use, so that's whatever the board does chooses to spend it on. I guess that for as long as it's within that lot, it should be okay.
I mean, in all these things, there's a reasonableness standard. If we took all $300,000 and spent it to construct Guam's most luxurious snack bar, that might cause some concern. But the way the bill is currently drafted, it is at your discretion what the public use is, and so long as we're reasonable in how we articulate the public use, then you're the last word on how the money gets spent.
I guess to start the discussion, if I may, this bill is intended to sole source the issuance of a lease to the Guam Motorsports Association or its successor entity for a period of 5 years, or until a new lease agreement for lot 7161-R1 is approved by the government, specifically for the operation of a raceway, related support facilities, and various outdoor events. It goes on to further state that The proceeds from the lease shall be deposited into the Federal infrastructure fund. And then again, like it was discussed earlier, that the 300,000 will be appropriated from the FY 2024 general fund revenues collected in excess of the adopted levels. And then it also waives the requirements of the 2 appraisals.
Attorney Miller, does this qualify as a sole source?
The lawyer answer is no, simply because Guam procurement law has a section that defines a sole source that it is part of the procurement process. This, when the legislature chooses to give you direction as to how to run the commission, that isn't a procurement, that's a law. And so technically, it's not a sole source in the sense that Guam procurement law defines sole source.
Define sole source.
One, you're doing business with one entity and you make no effort whatsoever to see if there's any other entity that you want to do business with.
So I want to buy a car, do I just buy from one source?
Well, you can't, sole sourcing is a unique concept to the government, because the government law, Guam government law, and the law of practically every government, says that generally speaking, when you're spending the taxpayers' money, you're gonna go talk to 3, 5, you're gonna get as many bids to spend the money as might come in. And there's a whole process by which you will evaluate.
To buy the car, for example.
To buy cars, for example. Here, we are being directed to do a 5-year lease with one particular entity, so that, and that the purpose of that lease will be to engage in motorsports on some or all of that particular tract of land.
Now with the sole source for a car, for example, we can buy 1, 3, or 4 cars from 4 different suppliers.
That's how you're supposed to do it. That's how you generally do it.
But if, let's say I want to buy a specific aircraft rescue firefighting unit, specified for aircraft rescue firefighting, criteria based on Federal Aviation Administration requirement. And there's only one supplier that can provide that, and I buy from that supplier, would that qualify as a sole source?
The law that, and if that were the only vendor who could deliver that fire truck on Guam, then yes, that is the statutory definition of an authorized, permitted sole source purchase.
So is there any other human body out there that can operate a
I don't know.
raceway?
I don't know.
So do we go with request for proposal to make it fair for everybody under the sun?
That is the, if you all wanted to do that today, you could. The bill that's in front of you and the discussion we're having is whether you all support, don't support, or have no opinion on negotiating with one particular vendor about operating motorsports on your land.
Understand. So day one after the eviction, we decided to do either RFP or what do you call that, sponsorship. Remember that was, we discussed that back then. What happened to that? I mean, you know, we were supposed to activate that. The legislature was asking, how many months can you guys start doing this process? I think we mentioned 3 to 6 months. And that would be fair for the open public, either that or sponsorship.
That today there are many options available to the commission. The bill, though, which is the topic of this discussion, says negotiate with one party for the purpose of one activity, motorsports, on one lot. And the agenda item is to ask commissioners, do you have a collective opinion on the piece of legislation?
Well,
Who is
We
the
were-
Guam Motorsport Association
I believe.
versus the Guam Raceway?
I believe the Guam Sports is chaired and represented by Mr. Ada. The Guam Racing Federation was chaired by Mr. Simpson. Or after that, I think Mr. Crisostomo, if I'm not mistaken.
And have you met with any of these two or any other possible vendors in the past?
In the past, we've had
12
some
months.
people who had interest in leasing, commercially leasing 7161-R1.
Okay,
We
just,
had.
yeah.
Why is it we never got a letter of intent or an inquiry from Guam Motorsports Association in writing?
For the,
Interest?
they're part of the agenda, though.
No, but why have we never got anything in writing from them to solicit for an interest?
I believe Ms. Camacho had, when they were here with Mr. Limpiaco,
Yeah, at that time.
But that was for the raceway.
and also Mr. Ada has, I guess came in and publicly made comments. Mr. Ada wanted a working session to present whatever information they had available to the board. Although instead of the working session, Mr. Ada is here today to share with you whatever information he has to share with you guys.
Okay, so relative again to this bill.
Because we know nothing about the Motorsport Association.
I asked Mr. Ada, who are his officers and people in their, club or group. I never got an answer.
Mr. Ada's here today, and when we do
You
call
know,
him up, he can.
Madam Chair, members, if we want to hold the discussion on the legislation while you hear testimony and ask questions to whoever you'd like to, we can take things in that sequence. We can come back to the commission's collective perspective on the bill after you hear from, and after you ask questions to whoever you'd like to ask questions to.
I recommend we table this until we discuss that, until next month. Because, we have, the pressing issues that we just mentioned, right? We got the malware victims, and then we got the unsurveyed lands. These are all residential and people that are in need. This is a raceway. I mean, you catch what I'm saying, right? The priority here that we're weighing, but if we want to discuss this, in a sense, it's a sole source in my definition, number one. Number two, 300,000 is, very fractional to what needs to be done. Remember, we had a visit up there last month, so.
Madam Chair, members, that's, it's your prerogative how you want to address these agenda items. Just understand that if we lay over the agenda item of the commission taking a joint perspective on the legislation, if the legislature chooses to have hearings or move forward on the bill without us having a meeting, taking a vote, then Mr. Cruz will have no alternative but to report to the legislature that the commission as a group has no opinion.
Right, and even if we do have an opinion, you already have 8 that has an opinion over our opinion. Understanding the balance of the combination, am I not right? There's 8 over here already that would say this is what they want.
I think there's 10 on the bill.
This
Or
is,
10,
this is a
10.
bill, this is not law.
Right, yeah. So this bill has 10. So it's already veto proof if the governor accepts it or not.
I mean, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, I mean, I've worked with legislatures for 25 years, and there are a whole lot of bills that got no votes from people who signed on in the beginning to sponsor them. After you had a more robust and complete discussion,
Yeah, okay.
people who thought it was a good idea at the beginning didn't think it was a good idea at the end.
So there's 10
Well, I think
we table.
it's only fair that since the Motorsport Association is here, that we invite them to have a discussion. That's my view, that's my thought. Before we make a motion to table it,
Okay,
So we'll table it and come back to it.
no, I agree, bring them, they're here, we already know what we want to hear, so we're gonna hear the same.
that way we can ask them directly. I've been asking you questions that I can ask directly from them, and they should be able to provide information.
So we'll go to item B.
Okay, so-
Yeah, I guess, Madam Chair, feel, free to call up whoever you'd like to call up.
First of all, did we complete the agenda?
Okay, so we'll move to item E.
Yeah.
Okay. Item E is Sportsland Shooting Range. We received a letter from Mr. John J. Sablan, who's present. He's the president and CEO of Sports and Outdoor Shooting Range, which is currently operating in Dedido. Mr. Sablan is requesting to lease from CLTC a minimum of 15 acres of property for the purpose of relocating the Sportsland Outdoor Shooting Range currently in Dedido. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Sablan is present.
Good afternoon.
Stop feedback on.
Yes.
Buenos días.
John J. Sablan, representing Sportsland Interface Inc., DBA Sportsland Shooting Range.
My name is Taylor Sablon. I'm also a representative of Sportsland Shooting Range.
Is there a relationship between the two of you?
It's
Yes.
my dad.
It is a family business.
Are you reading your submittal letter?
Yes, sir.
There's a part here that I kind of like don't agree with,
Okay.
or I would like you to amend it.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of that. I don't actually.
Well, it deals with biological, agricultural, and cultural clearances.
I remember now.
There's a copy for you.
Is there a picture of the facility? Or is it a shooting range or a galley?
Our current facility?
Yeah.
So our current facility is on lot number 10095-8 in, off of NCS Dedido, where it used to be called
Next
the
to the chapel.
Munoz, yes, the Munoz shooting range. So that's our current location.
And you put about 1.5 million in what?
Yes.
So it's got a personal building or facility like that?
So this particular, our current location was approved by the TLUC back in 1982 or 83 for use of shooting range, for a shooting range. And it's private property. It's owned by Santos family, Teresita Santos, I believe.
Also, you're leasing.
We are leasing. And it's 7 acres of property. And so there's a situation currently, but I don't know if you guys want me to take the time to explain to you our history.
Well, I thought that did you guys take pictures of?
No, that's his, what's listed in the letter is his private property where they're operating.
Right, so it's an open range?
Yes, it's an outdoor shooting range.
Okay.
And my request is for 15 acres. And the reason why I put that, the biological, because we are, or the government is hoping for us to relocate from our current position, our current location. And I was asked to submit a letter to the COTC requesting for property. And because it's not 100% my idea to move, although that's a good idea, right, that I'd like to explore a little bit more. We put in about 1.5 million in developing our current location, and to move to another location and start redeveloping again, it's another undertaking. We are a for-profit business. And the idea came about that the Guam Motorsports, or the racetrack area, is being, might be subdivided, and they're looking for possibly to locate more than, the nuisance sports, such as firing range and, racing, into one location. A little parcel of land was identified that it's basically already been cleared. So I don't want to be given a piece of property by the government of Guam and only to find out that there's a snail or there's a fat egg tree that I cannot bulldoze, and it's in the middle of my shooting range. It's not gonna work.
So they showed you a property already?
It was just an idea, but nothing's set in
And
stone.
where was the property?
I believe it's within the racetrack
Oh,
property towards the north,
Yeah.
the
Where-
north side.
Did you guys show him?
No, not us.
Who?
I believe it's
The
the.
Guam Motorsports,
Motorsport?
yeah, the racetrack area.
Or they showed you the property?
Well, they showed me a property map.
You went into the property?
No, I haven't been inside
Okay.
the property.
Oh,
It's just a map.
the map? Okay.
And
Which one
it's not-
of the motorsport guys that showed you?
I've been talking with Hans Ada.
Hans?
Yeah.
Okay. So he showed you is that the hole, Hans? The hole that was
The whole.
No, not the whole.
the crater site?
No, so basically, so Senator Kanata was suggesting that since, the raceway and the firing range were both temporarily, trying to find a home right now, he was suggesting that why not move it over to 7161-R1 if we could figure this out? So
I see.
that's where the idea came from. And then I was speaking with Mr. Sablon and suggesting certain areas where it would be safe,
Right.
and it would be, ideal for him to have a firing range.
Have you ever been to the crater? The crater in the north?
No,
I saw it now.
Okay. That
You're
is a
talking
crater.
about within the racetrack property?
Correct, yeah, that was excavated also.
Is
So, but
that,
anyway,
is
just
that
move on.
along the,
On the cliff line side.
oh, okay, no, I haven't been
May I ask why the government wants you to move?
So this is the story part, so forgive me if I go on and interrupt anytime you want. We took over the lease for that property and reopened the shooting range back in 2018. And from day one, we were hit with complaints, noise complaints from one of the neighbors, surrounding the property. And that complaint went on for the next 5 years or 6 years. And when it finally got to the Attorney General's office, he was the first one to make the comment that he would like to have a long-term solution to our problem with the neighbors. And he thought it was a safety issue and he wants us to relocate, and they were looking for property for us, and he had Joe Borja at our roundtable meeting in August of 2023. And he mentioned about relocating a shooting range. So that's how we got here.
Did Joe show you a possible site, Joe Borja?
No, they never mentioned property numbers or lot numbers, right?
So, if I may, we have been, during the term of former Senator Tony Ada, if I remember correctly, I believe Ms. Camacho was the acting administrative director. So through his inquiry, we have been, I guess, going through our inventory and identifying possible sites that may be accommodable to a shooting range. That listing is not completed yet, but we also had inquiry from Senator Lujan, Jesse Lujan, and then we had other groups come in to inquire. I think it's the Guam Shooting Club, if I'm not mistaken. There was a couple. So just to let the board know what we have done internally already. Although, again, the board's gonna have to decide whether to move forward and to find a place, but although even before a commercial lease is even considered, we still have to go through the competitive bid process. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Subran or his company, if the board does decide to designate an area for a shooting range, that it would be awarded to him through the competitive bid
Yeah.
process. Yeah.
You understand the competitive bid?
Yeah, I do understand that.
But you understand that if you do piggyback with this group on this bill, that you don't have to go through the bidding?
I don't understand that bidding process in that sense as far as joining forces, if that's what
But
you
you
mean.
have 10 senators to say, we'll shoot over there.
Yeah, so our situation is a little unique because the other people that are putting in requests, those are, I believe those are nonprofit organizations, and I'm a for-profit business.
Yeah, we do both, yeah, profit and non-profit, so.
That area up in Zigo that you made reference to,
Mhm.
since you're saying biological, that's a limestone forest area.
Right.
And part of that limestone is just starting or should be recuperating from something that the previous tenant destroyed.
I heard, yes.
So it wouldn't be suitable for you because then,
Well, what I meant with biological, and if you need me to reword that, rephrase it, then I would, but I didn't want, because when I started my shooting range and it had to be cleared by agriculture, they wanted to make sure that there's no endangered trees or endangered species, and that's pretty much what I meant.
yeah, there's a lot of fattening up there also.
In the coal pit area, the one that's already cleared.
Surrounding it. The crow pit's too small.
Oh, I wouldn't know, I don't know the size of that lot, but yeah, that's what
You're
I'm looking
looking
at.
for 7 acres? Coral pit's too small.
Which coral pit? Which coral pit?
The quarry pit.
The quarry? At 7161? He's only operating a range, right? Not a long rifle range?
Yes, it
It's
is
only
a
a
long
pistol
rifle,
range?
no.
Oh, you want long rifle?
Small arms range.
He's both. His
So-
current setup is both.
Like PD range, similar?
Similar, we're not gonna be limited, or our limits are gonna be up to 50 caliber.
Yeah, PD shoots 50 caliber.
Right. But our property, right now, our current property is way bigger than PD.
Oh, and you, oh, but you have homes around,
Correct.
yeah. Okay. So you're willing to pay a commercial price?
Well, you know,
Because you're, right now you're paying commercial on that?
Correct.
7 acres, right?
Correct, and if we go by your calculations from that previous tenant, we're up by the golf course in Batulo,
Yeah.
and my lease payment is about, it's spot on, it's about the same right now. Per acre, it's about $125 per acre.
Wow. So
And I don't have a
you're paying
problem with that.
About 1,800 a month?
Right now, in our current location, it's about 2,000.
Okay. So basically, commercial value is about 10% of the value, right? Not less than 10, something like that, but we'll work that out. Okay, so,
If the board, not to action his request, but to direct us to continue and present the board with various properties that potentially can be used for a shooting range, the board just needs to let us know. And there's a whole process to it, just so if I may disclose it. If we're heading in the competitive bid direction, we're gonna have to present the list of properties to the board. They're gonna have to declare it for, designated for commercial use. We're gonna have to hold a public hearing. After that public hearing, we present it to the board. After that is done and they wanna designate it for commercial use or declare it, through resolution, we send it to the legislature. The legislature has 60 days. If they don't act within the 60 days, on the 61st day, it's automatically declared and designated for commercial use. And then we just go to the RFP process, which is announcing the newspaper and all that other great stuff. And the board will assemble a committee, we go through it, we rate it. Based on your proposal and based on what's required in the RFP, that's how your proposal will be rated. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that you will be the successful bidder.
Right.
Just so that we have an understanding.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe about 6 months.
But you're not limiting yourself to the north, are you?
I kind of want to stay up the north, stay up in the north.
Well, the reason why I'm like stressing that is I believe we have a lot more open property, like southern area.
Mhm.
And down in the southern area, you're way far away from the waterlands.
I see. Well, I'd like to, then, if you have a list, then I'll look at it for sure. I mean,
Yeah,
Guam's still small, I mean, I'd like to be as close as
I'm not gonna say yes or
home as
no.
possible, but.
I'm not gonna say yes or no, but this will call for more research.
Right.
Uh,
It's only one of the criteria that I put out because I was asked, and really, I was told by elected officials that they do not want to see my shooting range reopen in its current location. So it's kind of, it's not I could still shoot on that property. I could just disregard everything and just shoot on my property as a private property owner, but we're trying to do the right thing. And I think the government's position is, I would welcome it, but, I would request a consideration of our current situation when this, process is played through. And other people, I know other people are looking at it. I think we're the only for-profit business, but again, we didn't ask for this, and we feel that we were, the process was, we were shortchanged in the process along the way.
the other range in CHamoru, you understand? View?
That one is a private property range also.
Short range, just
Pistol
yeah.
range, yes.
So, it's less than 7 acres where
Correct.
Field's at. but if you're shooting 50 caliber, right, so even 5 acres would do, if the backdrop is, just like PD, it is less than 5.
Right, but for the volume that we were doing in our current position, I'm also, I requested in the letter for 15 acres to include buffer zones.
Understand? So the closest structure that's around your property is about 1,500 feet
No, it's 50 yards away from the
from the
shooting.
next home? Or from
Well, actually, no, it's, the property line is somebody else's backyard.
also that close, so
Right.
legally it's to discharge a firearm, it's still within that range, or?
Well, as a private property, you have to be 50 yards away from the nearest occupied
50
dwelling.
yards.
But if you're a registered shooting range, you're right up to the property.
Okay, if the neighbors are,
And
yeah. But yours is an open range, right? If you do an enclosed range, would that help?
yes, but the purpose of our business is outdoor shooting range.
Yeah.
That's what we, it's more expensive to do an indoor shooting range.
Yeah. The other one that's operating down in the south, they, I think, you familiar with that range?
I believe you're talking the one in Talafoco
Oh,
Falls.
that's both, yeah. Open range, right?
It's open, yes.
Yeah.
Isn't that closed down?
I believe they're closed right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
So Madam Chair, members, what we're looking for now is a direction from the commission to staff to better understand their requirements and
Yes.
for them to
Yes.
talk about finding some options.
Joey, can you meet with Mr. Sablon and lay out like a chart out course of action? And we can do the research and see what properties would be made available for his consideration?
okay. Just a point of information, there's 600 acres next to Gorku. The 600 acres was designated for the speedway. The 600 acres is situated where Gorku and the Doctor Group, you know the Doctor? So if you drive into the, now it's Shell refinery, if you're familiar with that area.
Yes.
So in that area, there's 600 acres. We did the plot plan. And the configuration of those property are hilly terrain. Real good for motocross, but still good for backdrop for your kind of operation. Neighbors to the Santos or the shooting range where you can shoot a 50 cal. So that's 600 acres. The reason why I'm bringing that up because it's still designated under the Parks and Recreations. So that there's no problem with if you were to parallel and tie in with them. Understanding the law, right, with the, because that was designated back, I guess in 95 when it was Public Law 2218. That sliced out 600 acres. 600 is more than enough, but the configuration of the property, if you've been to the Santos or the PD range,
Yes.
similar.
Yeah.
So that the PD range is on top of the ridge. The 600 acres are ridge and valley. So that's one. And because it's under Parks and Recs, we've been recommending that spot for the motocross spot. And it's under Parks and Recreation. There's no transfer as of this time. Because it's still under their inventory. Joey knows the area.
Well, the current or the former Raceway Park in Chigo right now, that's pretty much it's developed. It's ready, they can continue their motorsports and there's a spot there right next to them that is safe to shoot any caliber because it's going out towards the cliff line. And those areas are not occupied by any residences. I don't think they're, it's going down the
We're
cliff.
developing 1,200 units of homes there, so
Uh,
that's the plan.
Gotcha.
So
That's our primary mission, is to issue residential lots.
On
Not
that
subsidized.
7161.
All of them, the entire population. That's by law, so, it's a small city,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
we'll continue and compile and then we'll present it to the board, but we'll also reach out to
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, so we're circling back to item 6B, which is the Guam Motorsports Association, represented by Mr. Ada, who's present. Is there anyone else to speak?
Ryan.
And Ryan?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just so you know,
Just myself.
I have to leave at 5:15.
What time you sit down?
5 minutes to 5.
Oh, 5:15.
4:55,
Oh, no, but you have to leave at 5:15.
yes.
So, Mr. Ada.
I sent some of these documents to the CLTC email. I'll send it. Here you go. I'll hand them to you first. Here you go. Can you pull those up? I sent some documents to the admin email. And then if you could display it on the monitor, please.
Okay.
Here you go. And here's that amount for you. You guys, what's your maps? Yes. Probably 30 minutes ago. It's a document. I'll just go ahead and get started while we're doing that, so we could save some time. So yes, I'm Hans Zada. This is Ryan Castro. We're the Guam Motorsports Association. So Guam Motorsports Association, GMA, is a new certified nonprofit organized and established to respectfully, open, and responsibly operate 7161-R1, while inclusively representing all Guam Raceway Park communities and activities, all the motorsports. So I thank you for calling, Chair Cordalio. You were asking about if we were a motocross association. I'm sorry, I thought I made it clear that we represent all motorsports. So we are a new nonprofit wanting to operate the raceway, representing all
All
motorsports.
people that have come to the legislature and given their testimony, it may not just involve certain groups, but as a whole, there were other people of interest.
Okay, I was just referring to when we were speaking on the phone. I wanted to, sorry if I didn't make that clear, but I've been here multiple times, just trying to have, like we were gonna have like a working session or anything, so I'd love to answer any questions that you have or work with you, just let me know. Contact me at any time, and I'll leave my contact info.
When were you established? When did you say you got your?
So
license?
officially, we were certified, I picked up my certification like a month ago as a nonprofit.
Do you have, can we see your financial, your financial,
Well, we're in the process right now of opening up a bank account, so we just formed our organization.
no, I'm trying to think of the word, it's,
Your tax report for the last 5 years.
they don't have, they just formed.
Articles of
What
incorporation.
are your financial resources? Who are your financial backers?
So this question was brought up at the hearing. Our worth is that we are a community, it's a large community, and we're the motorsports group of all sorts of people. Some people not even into motorsports, but very resourceful, and we've all come together and volunteering. So I mean, we're worth a lot, and we've demonstrated that because we've been able to make this happen and operate this facility. Now, as far as dollar amount goes, that's where, you know, we don't have a history of the tax statements or anything, since we were just newly formed.
You're going into an operation that would require financial statements. So what is your financial backing?
Our investment, sir, is, we're investing into the people and the community, the more sports.
That's double talk. There's money that has to pass hands.
And even from the previous organization, I wasn't involved with none of that, but I am an avid racer too. So what I understand and what I've seen before and what I've volunteered before is a lot of volunteer work was done up there as well. The money I paid prior to the race, to use that park and enjoy the park it was given to the previous federation, and that's how they operate, how they had the events to do that. I think there's no difference in what we're trying to do here today as a nonprofit. I understand your question. Like we said, we're new. We do not have any financial statement yet. In hopes of reopening the Raceway Park, we are looking for some sponsorship. We are looking at trying to get volunteers up there to get it operational. And hopefully then we can have a good financial statement with what's going there. That's what we've been doing all the way up to this day, even with our nonprofit. We are just asking volunteers to come out. We're looking for sponsorship. So directly to your question, as of today, we're just investing into the people and who's interested in trying to make this happen or support it, including you guys, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, we're a new group, so we're not affiliated in any way with GRF, but we all have a lot of experience. I race professionally in the States, so we all have a lot of experience in racing and how to operate a raceway, and also just business in general, and also the economics of motorsports.
Well, since you mentioned economics has a big part of what you're trying to do. If you were to come to me right now and say, I want to lease the raceway, or if you were to go to some sort of institution, you have to provide like feasibility studies, your financial statements, and a plan, some sort of master plan.
Correct. So whenever you look at a commercial property, since Bill 287 was designating the raceway as a commercial property, you have to look at what is on that piece of property, and then do a feasibility study. What is feasible to ask CLTC to ask in regards to rental rates. Now, this organization may not have 5 years of history of tax statements, but the facility has over 20 years of history. And basically what we would do is we would just plug and play. It's gonna be different operators, and that's the history, is that we're gonna operate almost immediately as soon as if we are able to come to an agreement. And that's really is what the history is the revenue streams from how it's been previously operated since 1998.
Revenue stream.
So yeah, so you have Smoking Wheels, you had EIF, you had the motocross section, you had Baja Bash, the drag strip. Lay over to the next map. Start with the map that Mr. Herrera proposed at the hearing.
Have you been meeting with our staff here?
I met with Joey
How
and Dexter. Well, I stopped by here. I think Joey's really busy. There's some hearings he had to go to, but I was popping in for a couple weeks and I kept missing him like 5 times.
And you've been providing the,
I just made these yesterday.
That was just sent to us 30 minutes ago,
Yeah, I just made this like early.
according to Dexter.
Is this the one?
So this is the map, yes, this is the map that was proposed, that you proposed, Mr. Herrera, at the hearing on June 20th. So some of the questions that we had was, is this the proposed subdivision, how you would want to subdivide it, or is this just an identification of the different areas and the activities that take place on those different parcels? Is that what that is? Is it more of identification, or how would you wanna subdivide it, is my question. That's the question. This, Mr. Herrera,
I see,
okay. Is that how you'd wanna subdivide it?
not me. That was proposed by our group.
Okay, or CLTC, is that,
And that was
Yeah.
to accommodate, for you guys to function in an interim position.
okay,
So you can drag, drift, and do your motocross.
okay.
But apparently, the group changed their perception. Now, the whole 250 acres. Correct?
No, so that would be in the next maps.
No, but when I correct, you guys don't want we're trying to accommodate the need of the community. You catch what I'm saying, right? If you're a dragster,
Yes.
then you can use the drag strip. You're a drifter, you can use the drift.
Yes.
You want a motocross, you can use the motocross. And we wanted to accommodate you guys to do your sport. But apparently, there's a change in tune. Now you guys want, or whoever now, they want the whole 1 million square meter. Am I correct?
Just from hearing that new bill where it says the whole or portions.
Yeah, before
Yes.
before the bill, right?
Yes, we asked for to reopen as a new organization, and yes, the answer is yes, we did ask for the whole property.
Right. So we wanted to accommodate, right?
Yes.
No, in the interim.
Yes.
So apparently, what I'm hearing is that, no, we don't want the interim.
Here's this one. That's the one that answers your question.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I can follow up on Commissioner Garrido's line of questioning, I think what he's concerned about is whatever deal we might strike with you, among other things, there's an expectation you're gonna be writing us a check every month. We don't care how you legally earn the revenue to do that, but we need to know that every month the rent check is gonna come in. The activity you're engaging in here is, from the landowner's point of view, risky. So we're gonna expect that you're gonna have an insurance policy in place. The insurance company's gonna wanna get paid every single month. Because the activity you're engaging in here is risky, we're going to expect that no matter what the activity is, that there are, there is professional emergency medical providers and ambulances, and that the Guam Police is participating and managing crowd control, and they're gonna expect to get paid. So for us to get comfortable with the project, by the third or fourth event, there'll be new money in the bank. But where's the money gonna come from that's gonna pay the bills associated for those first couple of events until, you've had an opportunity to build up a bank account? Because the insurance company gets paid month one, we get paid month one. The ambulance operator gets paid as soon as you ask for an ambulance to be on site. So how do we know you can pay those bills for the first event on the first day?
Well, part of that was issuing the 300,000 with the Bill 325, so that was for preparation and opening the lot for the raceway purpose activities. That was what part of that was for, was.
That's an interesting interpretation.
But that,
Wait, you're saying that the 300,000 was to go to pay for your insurance and?
no, not that, but that, what we can also do is we can have an X amount secured for like a year, if that's something that would make you guys comfortable, so it'll be a year's worth of agreed upon rent.
You've managed a
Secured
raceway
and-
back, or where you were racing before? You've
I raced professionally.
No, but have you managed a racetrack?
I've not managed a racetrack professionally, but I've.
Yeah, I'm just trying to align, because you wanna manage this racetrack, and you don't have any management background?
As far as.
I mean, you know, I'm just.
Management background, I developed
respectfully.
drivers professionally, so then I'll also work
Yeah,
on raceways.
any one of us can
Management.
race.
I didn't
But-
have a raceway under my name that I managed, to
Yeah,
answer your
yeah,
question.
but you know where we're getting at, right? I mean, we're landlords, and Joey, if you can share, for the last 5 to 10 years that the Guam Racing Federation has operated, what's the profit margin for land trust? Or the cash flow per month?
The
Based
rental.
considering the rental and the sharing of the, operation.
I believe the rental fee was 4,000 a month, which is 48,000 a year. As far as the 10% for the admission fee, it was really 10% of the subleasing fee. I think the only actual 10% that did come from the admission fee was the smoking room. Although, as far as the mineral extraction, it was just based on what we were provided. So that rate fluctuated. Unfortunately, it fluctuated without commission approval. Some companies got 50 cents, some 75, some
So
got
just
15.
removing the extraction part and just the operation, that's the cash flow that we've experienced of what happened or what occurred there. And remember, the group that ran that, operate a car dealership. These are not, they operate businesses, so if the profit margin for the land trust or the cash flow. And again, in the beginning, we wanted to kind of work with you guys, or whoever wants to work with us, and when Mr. Miller and Attorney Miller and Joey were recommending, or they were drafting a sponsorship or a lease or license, that was the approach we wanted to come to accommodate the request from the community.
Who are your officers?
So I'm president, John Birch Jr. is vice president, Mike Lintioco is treasurer, Christina Conker is secretary, additional members at large, Joey Crisosimo, Jen Camacho, Jeff Rios, Timothy Wendon, Ryan M. Castro, Jeffrey Jones, Jay Jones. So one of the questions, I had a series of questions pertaining the rental rate, so we could have something agreed upon, or an idea, so we could get a feel.
You never submitted anything.
So that's what we could do, is we could submit a pro forma.
Well,
But in order to do that, in order to have an agreement, we have some questions that I'd like to ask, and then that will give us a better idea, so that we can formulate a pro forma and then submit it to you.
before we give you permission, you have to prove to us that you're capable,
Correct.
that you have the financial backing.
What,
Because, like the attorney said, if we lease you the property, we have an expectation of getting paid every month. All right? Otherwise, you're out the door.
well, the previous operator is retired, he stepped down, he officially stepped down. Now, there's a
No,
number of
the-
people,
The previous president stepped down,
yes, correct.
but the Guam Raceway does have an association still in existence.
But when you're asking in regards to the background, some of those operators, they have the history of actually, of the financial knowing of the raceway. So when you're asking if there's
Who
professional.
your backers are, and you were evading the question.
In regards to financial backers, we don't, it's the history
You
of
just
the
named
raceway.
Joey, the two Jones boys?
They're part of the association that we have. I cannot speak on their behalf that they're
Yeah, that's
gonna
why-
sponsor or
that's why I don't
be a
wanna-
financial backer. I know we all understand a
So
nonprofit.
what guarantees can you give me that you can pay the monthly rent?
I'm going, like I said, I'm speaking on my behalf of being a racer and paying the previous federation. I'm sure that the events they had up there generated enough money to pay if it was 4,000 a month. I mean, they lasted there how long? For X amount
You
of
were
years.
paying the federation to.
Well, I paid
to race?
I paid a race, right? I paid
Right.
to enter and I paid a race in events they had, and that's who I was. I was asked to volunteer to be a part of this, and I'm just trying to answer the questions that we have,
Okay, good.
right? So if we open this raceway, I'm not sure how they opened it 18, 20 years ago. I'm,
Madam Chair, members, I have to slip out, but let me just leave you with one final thought for today. We've talked about sponsorships, we've talked about licenses, we've talked about leases. From the lawyer's point of view, what those really come down to is time.
yes.
And perhaps the way to get this relationship started is with sponsorship, which essentially means we'll rent you, for a reasonable amount of money, we'll let you use some portion of this property for a week, just to make up an example.
Yeah.
And because you're only gonna owe us a week's worth of rent, and you're only gonna have to buy an insurance policy that's good for a week, we can get a lot more comfortable that you can handle a week. And then if that works, then, you know, you have your event, you get some cash in the door, and then you come back to us and say, okay, now we've got the next 2 events in the queue. And, I mean, taking on responsibility for that entire property on day 1 is a mighty big lift.
But you catch that, Ryan, right? We accommodate the, like what the police, right? Because right now, right, you guys are saying, you know, there's no place to, you know, to do a 4.0 seconds down in a quarter.
Yes.
Right, is that a jet?
Yes, yes,
No?
that's
I mean,
fine.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
can use
yeah,
that as an
right.
example.
No? But the point is that you have a place to get your adrenaline injected into your bloodstream, right? Say on a quarter mile.
You can say that.
Yeah, when we want to do the drift, you can do the drift, you want to do, but like what the attorney is saying, in the interim, right? You get warmed up and you win, we win.
Yes.
It looks like you want the whole place, right? No, and how much are you willing to pay for the 1 million square meter?
No, not the whole 1 million, so the map that I just gave you,
So
the last
how
one
did
that I
you
gave you,
compute?
it's roughly around 100 acres.
So you want the 100 acres at how much?
That is the bare minimum
How
of
much?
size.
How much?
And that was the next
You're willing
question.
to pay.
Okay, so we gotta back up because these questions, I have to have a few questions answered
Okay,
first.
so because the attorney's gonna wrap.
Yeah, that's
We're
why,
gonna have to table this, because we don't wanna say anything until he's around.
okay.
I mean, we're, you know, if you just wanna call Joey and make an appointment, and we can just chat in the office, and
Yeah, that'd be great. There's some concerns that I have because, like what I was saying, when I race professional in other racing facilities, they have full-time staff, they have faculty, they have ambulances there full-time, ready to go. This raceway is very different, it's unique. The raceway was charging $20 for a drifter to race for the whole weekend, whereas in this, $20.
Yeah, how much do you guys pay before?
Or, hold on a second, so
One racing,
so,
To
For
pay
your-
to get entered, $10 to $20, at least for the drag racing.
for that night?
Yes,
Yeah.
for that night.
but just for example's sake, like drifting, it would be $20 to enter, and that would
For
include the
that
whole
night.
weekend, for the track meet, for the whole weekend to compete.
For the whole weekend or
For
for
the
that
whole,
night?
for the whole weekend, so the whole event, the whole drifting event. So
Okay,
if I'm a racer and I do that on some of the states that I've competed on, in some of my formula series that I've raced in, it's almost $1,500 for the weekend.
Good for you.
No, but what I'm saying, is
Yeah,
that
yeah, you know
this
what?
track has a
We're
history.
looking
If
for
we were,
managers to manage the track, that's our point.
Yes.
yes,
Okay,
so
so-
but it gives you an idea that that's what a track charges, that does have faculty and staff there all full-time.
Okay.
And the raceway had one employee there, and he was getting paid
We
$1,000.
gave you a chance, right, so we're gonna continue, because we have to work under the third.
Yep, I understand. Thank you for calling us up. And if you guys have any questions, we'll submit anything that you have questions
And what
about.
do you drive, Ryan?
Me, I drive a Toyota truck, that's CHamoru culture, and it's gonna stay in CHamoru culture all the way into my kids' growth.
Turbo?
Turbo, yes.
Yeah. Dual, single,
So,
single
so
turbo?
we'll- are you gonna, Madam Chair, are you gonna table the rest of the discussion and adjourn or
And adjourn.
I move we table.
table?
I think you got my
Till our
everything going,
next
or Ryan?
monthly board
We
meeting.
take the.
And a 50 caliber in the back?
If we join with them, we're gonna shoot and race, no problem.
So,
Thank you, guys.
made a motion?
Table or adjourn?
No, you're tabling the discussion.
Yeah, we're gonna succeed, we're gonna meet next week.
Well, I made the motion to table. Did anybody second?
Like standby, because they.
Time out first. Okay, now we're back.
Nobody heard that
So
conversation.
there's a motion to table the discussion on the Guam Motorsports.
Until the next
To the
one.
next hearing.
So we need to adjourn.
But,
After the second, after the second.
Yeah, we'll table it.
Yeah, but we need a second.
We're gonna succeed until next week or next month?
Next month.
Next month.
Okay. Okay,
Second.
and I'm still 18 in my bloodline.
They didn't wanna go fast.
All in favor to table
Table,
them? Now, we need to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Okay, Brian, step on the
Yeah.
plate.
Si Zeus Masi,
The time, Madam Chair. The time. What time did you adjourn?
5:21.
5:21.
Yeah, Brian.
Huh?
The third Thursday of the. Yes.
second,
Yeah, it's.
hey, no pushing.
Jessica?
Bye, Ryan.